Yo. What's up, y'all? What's up, YouTube? Andres, what's up, BDH? How's it going? Leader, Kasimov. How's it going, guys? Going pretty good. Going pretty good. We're gonna be kind of a chiller stream today, probably a little shorter as well. I don't have anything specific scheduled. We don't really have time to do our Domina sponsored coaching because I haven't reached out to the students. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. So we'll just play some ranked. We'll chill, maybe do some Q&A, maybe do a little Reactslop, do some Ask Spilo stuff if you guys have any questions potentially later, and go from there. Interesting hair today. Yeah, I shampooed this morning. Rarely do I shampoo in the morning, so that explains it. Is there a 10th anniversary happening in the mid-season event? I don't know what the plan is for the anniversary, to be honest with you guys.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Just had to final cross my fingers and go as poorly as you think. I'm sure you'll be all right, Sandclon. Just gotta have a work meeting. No idea what's going on. You want business slides? Or just nod my head? Yeah. Gotta love the corpo.
These days I'll end up in Fiji.
Let me turn down the game audio a little bit, actually. I'm gonna play a little bit of tryhard right now, even though I haven't done Vaxa, just because I don't want this lobby to die. I'm gonna do my part. But I generally don't like doing tryhard early on because I need like 5-6 minutes to like wake myself up. No Domina, I hate you. No Domina today, but we're planning on doing it Saturday. Thank you again for the codes, by the way. Not the codes, but the links to the gameplay. I did skim through them and spent about half an hour looking through them, and sadly learned basically nothing, but that wasn't exactly a surprise. It's like I had to do my due diligence, but sadly. I can ask Spilo to bugs Genji. The bugs? Wait, I can ask Spilo to bug. What does that mean? Buff. Bugs. Bugs Genji. Do you want me to add bugs to Genji? Yeah, I'll get right on that. Let me add some bugs. Just adding bugs real quick. Thoughts on the state of Echo in the current season? I don't know. I haven't played versus a lot of Echo. She's kind of a hit, not the most popular hero ever, but I think she's probably fine. Probably fine would be my guess. I mean, she hasn't really been bad for quite some time. She's just a little bit harder to play. Pincher's just cruising with primary fire only, apparently. Still decent dueling here, which is, at least on this map. Spile, oh yeah, you took his whole 2 minutes to notify me and blast me? Yeah. Deflect now expands your dash, yeah. Oh dear. Deflect now has a 3/4 of a second windup. Can you imagine how awful that would be? Oh man. It's gonna die. Third hardest DPS of Chasing, it depends on what your parameters are. Skill ceiling? No. Skill ceiling of Echo is not... maybe? I don't think so. Skill floor? No. Also not skill floor. I think Echo is definitely an above average difficulty, but I think Echo's difficulty is overstated. She's not an easy hero by any means, but... Oh, man. Terrible timing. Put her like third, fourth. Maybe? I don't remember, man. This guy's skating. Look at this guy! Freaking console players, man. There's no way that that's PC, the way that that guy's gliding. Okay, maybe that's just how Ana strays. Maybe I'm just stupid. I might just be stupid. Her freaking ankles are shattering. Like, how's she not spraining her ankle off of that? Do you want an answer? No, I don't want an honest answer. Like, I think this is just 80-80 strafing. Like, look at this. Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe Ashe maybe has a higher skill ceiling than Echo. Oh gosh. Widow, I don't know. Widow is pretty. Frick. Really don't like these matchups. Just like hit scan slop. I want to play versus tracers and Genjis and crap. Yeah, Echo feels probably one of the stronger DPS in 6v6 because a lot of the flankers that you struggle with have to fight through your tank to get to you a lot more often. And your matchups versus tanks are exceptional, with the exception of D.Va, but even D.Va's not terrible because if you do get her to be within beam range, beam actually does something versus a tank in 6v6. Man. I'm wrecked. With Echo, you're required to play the game with all the characters perfectly, with all the characters in the game for 12. What? That's not.
Finished.
I think. Well, yeah, theoretical skill ceiling is not what we're at. Theoretical skill ceiling has never been something that I've been interested in because it's just like, it's only theory. It's like, it's pointless. It's like, how do you even quantify mechanical skill ceiling if you have a theoretical skill ceiling? You know what I'm saying? A literal robot, you know what I'm saying? What about projectile heroes? Is there a skill ceiling of how good you can aim with projectiles? Because it is a lot of prediction. Is that like what's the even point of this conversation if we're going to theoretical? You know what I'm saying? Right. It's just, it's like an endless conversation. Do you think the time of day matters when queuing ranked? Yes. I think it's something that I don't know enough about to have an opinion on. But athletic performance, I believe, is often correlated with early afternoon for peaks. So, just do with that information as you will. But I don't know if that's exactly the same, necessarily. Okay? And I'm not even sure if that's correct. I remember reading a study about that, but I don't know if that's 100% true. So I think if it matters for athletics, it certainly matters for Overwatch. Favorite book? For fun? Ooh. Or for learning? I don't know. Ana is so cringe, says Houdini. Bro. I don't know. I have a lot of books I'd have to think about. I have to go through my list. Lamentations, not Lamentations, no. I should queue support 11 p.m. Probably not. Theory is fun to talk about sometimes, though. I guess, but for me, theory is only interesting to talk about when it has like actual ramifications in the game. You know?
I will not.
I know you're just kind of making conversation. Thank you for the stream streak. I don't really care about theory if it's like completely conceptual and it could never be anything but. You know, who cares? And that's not my cup of tea. I don't know if that makes sense. Are you kidding me?
Don't make it easy for me, young man.
Ana literally loses like... Ana loses deathmatch partly just due to TDK on DOT shots. You know what I'm saying? I thought he's gonna go.
No wonder I can't.
Not that I'm complaining. I don't really care about... It does make her gun unique, which I like. Scoreboard ruined the game. Scoreboard ruined the game. Oh gosh, I suck. Got him. Ah, I thought I had that. Okay, I was kind of distracted by that man's name. Ew. Frick. Cheers, Jordy. Oh my, I lost my crosshair. I lost my crosshair again.
You are under my guard.
It's kind of funny to me that they remove all of Venture's abilities, but Emre has shift. Tryhard has fallen off. And Cass has Hinder and stuff like that. It's like, why? I played one the other day where Mei had primary fire enabled. It was a tryhard lobby. I was like, are you for real? Why is Mei freeze a thing? Ah, I misjudged. I forgot the timing. I've played this lobby Cass has Hinder in it. This lobby Cass has Hinder in it. I know not every tryhard does, but some of the ones I have. Which Overwatch characters do you think religiously do CrossFit? Oh, that's a great question. Who gives CrossFit vibes? Oh, I know. Mizuki. Mizuki gives me CrossFitter vibes. Boing. Has to be Mizuki, no? Frick. No, Zarya definitely doesn't do CrossFit. Zarya just straight up lifts. Zarya power lifts.
Have to try harder than that.
Oh yeah, Kiriku's definitely got a bit of CrossFit vibes. Yeah, what is the point if you don't have chain? What am I doing? Okay, let's do one more decent sleep dart, then we'll go and do some backset. Most reward for having a deep hero pool? Define deep. Sorry to be that guy, but I actually think it kind of matters. Oh. I don't know. Like, it's like kind of hard to answer that because it's like the reality is that like Ana Zen's not a great hero pool, you know. Rhine Doomfist isn't, or Rhine Ball. Sorry, Rhine Sigma, I guess, is not a great hero pool, excuse me. Yeah, I could see Wing being a crossfitter. Yeah, I did. I got coached from Iostux really early on, like back in 2017. Man. Oh, I thought I had that one. You guys hear what I'm saying about, like, Vaxa? Like, I feel like I'm playing so much worse than I normally play. Not so much worse, but, like, noticeably worse than if I had Vaxa first. But I'm always scared of leaving these lobbies, because it's like... that's so predictable, you know? Yes, Sarah, I've had backseating frequently. Were you in there with Tetris when I was playing Dark Souls yesterday? Oh yeah, you were. Freaking hilarious. I'm just trying to understand. Frick off, this guy.
I'm still a threat close.
Yeah. No, I would never call you Twitch chat, Sarah. Never. I would never go so low. I never knew you enjoy ranked. I do enjoy ranked. Just don't get a chance to play it too much. But now it's just like one of those things where it's like you could commit to it. You know, Lord willing, you gotta finish this fricker, you know? If I have the time for it, which I kind of do. These are so weird, these duels. Also, does this have the instant heal? Ah, frick, I'm dead. Can I be Twitch chat? Sure, you can be Twitch chat. We have a slot available if you want to fill it. Alright, here's the test. Shoot me. Oh, not that many times. I wanted to see if there was the auto heal. Because some of the lobbies have an auto heal after you get the kill. And I don't know if this one does. I haven't paid attention. Well, he didn't shoot me that time, so we don't know. I actually kind of like how did that knee not hit him? Did it get caught like a bookcase or something? It does? Okay. Okay, recall. Get wrecked. Aw. DOT again. Alright, that's good enough. We'll do some Vax and we'll call it. I just played with Domina. That was her phone the entire game. She died while walking the straight line back. Love it. What's the code for this custom game? I actually don't know. It's like Yaffa or something. I'm not really sure. You should have at least one hit scan, one flex DPS in here. Should just lock yourself in the one roll. I'd say Flocker. Okay, let's put it this way. If you have skirmish DPS, like if you have like the traditional Genji Tracer, those characters are way more flexible than most Pope characters. But I think having like one range character can be nice, or one hypermobile character. Like for example, if you're playing Tracer Genji, you're cooking. But if you're playing like Reaper, you might want something with a bit more mobility or with a bit more range. Holy crap. Because there's going to be certain maps where Reaper just feels atrocious. You're going to want something with... So, because mobility is range, kind of, sort of. Like, the way that functionally works a lot of times is that, like, you can run Tracer Genji on sniper maps. You know, you can run... what am I saying? You can run Sombra on certain sniper maps. It's not terrible. You know, I don't know if that makes sense. But there's not all mobility is created alike. Some mobility is way more situational. Some mobility is way harder to set up. Like, ironically, I think Onron, not ironically, but sadly, Onron is not that good mobility-wise. So, like, she's definitely going to be a hero that's going to feel awkward, I think, on sniper maps because her setup is just not as consistent. I just think Genji Tracer, like, I think Ball's another one that has like really good staging. Doomfist, those characters are very flexible. Give me a second. We'll see how I play today. Thursdays are usually my bad day because I'm tired from the week, and I also have a lot of coaching prior to streaming. That's why I'm so late on Thursdays. And I also train on Thursdays, so it's like I've been like mentally high effort for like 5-6 hours already. Just kind of pushing it. But we'll see if we at least get a couple of good games in. At least in terms of effort. Oh. And if nothing else, we'll practice our judgment-free high-effort zone, which is a skill I can always practice. That's a skill I struggle with IRL. Forcing it and all that kind of stuff. F is just hello. The reason I have F is just hello. I don't know. It's like the one thing I have keep on. Which Dark Souls am I currently playing? Dark Souls 1. Stefano is spectating and Tetris are watching. They played it duo a while ago, and I got it on sale during, I don't remember when it was, but I got it on sale, so It's been interesting, to say the least. Basically, I'm trying to crack through my gaming backlog and taking notes and writing little mini scripts for feedback and review. Not feedback, because the game's, I mean, the game's not changing, but more like reviews, things I like and didn't like about the game. And Dark Souls 1, there's a lot of things I don't like, to say the obvious. It makes you realize how spoiled we have been with Elden Ring and things that FromSoft has learned from since then. So I respect Dark Souls greatly as a pillar of the gaming history for what it did. Oh gosh. But it is aged very poorly in many ways. And not just in terms of quality of life stuff, just in terms of like game experience, boss fights, combat, basic decent things. Yeah. Like the boss fights are just so hilariously easy. But they're hard in all the wrong ways. They're hard because gearing is obtuse and complicated and not well explained at all, so you're probably chronically under-geared. They're hard because the runbacks for them are so hilariously poorly thought out. They're hard because of environmental risks and hazards. They're hard because hitboxes are wonky and not communicated clearly. Stuff like that. They're hard because you didn't figure out the gimmick, and the game doesn't like think to clue you in on the gimmick at all. They're hard because the game it's balanced around having a summons, and then having the summons completely trivializes the entire experience. So that's Dark Souls 1. But if you like FromSoft, it's definitely like almost like a rite of passage to play through it, and just kind of I was talking about this with Stefano yesterday. It was like playing Dark Souls 1, after playing Night Rain, which is a totally different game, but the boss design is obviously like their most recent. Like FromSoft has gotten really good at boss design. I know there's been a lot of concerns about like roll slop and the DLC from Elden Ring, which I kind of agreed with. Like not roll slop, but just like there were some issues. But like Night Rain is like, man, like peak boss design. Like really, really amazing boss design. Not all of them have been perfect, but like. But yeah.
Hard work is rewarded. You made the right decision. No shortage of work to do.
Oh, almost got her. Nice. We'll do just a few more headshots.
We all die eventually.
Ah.
Rounded.
Reactslop. What is the alternative to roll slop? Yeah. When I say like roll slop, I mean more along the lines of like some of the boss combos don't feel so much give and take in the DLC. A lot of it just feels like you're basically having to roll. Like you're basically having to dodge for long windows of time. It's like the damage is so overtuned for the player that oftentimes with the way that they scale the difficulty is that they just don't let you attack for huge windows of time. To where it's like it doesn't feel much like a give and take like it does in Sekiro or even other FromSoft games. It's like you're waiting for your window, and the window might not show up for literally 10 seconds. That's a long time in a boss fight. Whereas the Dark Souls, it's the opposite extreme. Like you have windows constantly if you know the boss matchup, because the bosses are so freaking slow. So there's like a balance there, you know. But I think more boss fights have to find that in between where you're like trading and finding frequent windows, but also you can frequently get punished if you screw it up. Yeah, the DS1 bot world design is nice. I have enjoyed that. The interconnectivity of the levels has been pretty good. But I'm curious to see where FromSoft goes to their next official, like, proper release. because with Elden Ring DLC, to a lesser extent Night Rain is, I mean really Night Rain too actually, like they're just scaling difficulty wise, like every game is just getting harder and harder and harder and faster and more punishing, so it's like I wonder if they just like dial back the difficulty. They make it harder, but there's like a lot of ways that you could trivialize the game, not trivialize the game, but make it a lot easier with like build crafting. I wonder if they're gonna do like a Sekiro where it's like there's fewer build like skill expressions and you just, but the game is not quite so hard. I'm not saying Sekiro is not that hard. Sekiro is very hard, but I'm saying like a offensive thing where there's less flexibility. I don't know where they go from here at this point. It's like you can't increase difficulty forever. Because, like, I mean, Night Rain is freaking ridiculously hard compared to some of the stuff that we've done here, combat-wise. And the same thing goes with many of the DLC bosses. Hi. Am I a big Assassin's Creed guy? No, I've only played one, and I didn't enjoy it that much. But I think it was like a Dark Souls 1 kind of moment where it was like a really big game at the time. It was Assassin's Creed 2. It just has not aged well at all. So I wasn't overly critical of it. It just wasn't my cup of tea. And I can respect it for what it did. Okay, I think we've warmed up enough. Where there's more direction to the game and not as open world. Yeah, that could be interesting. I think Bloodborne also did a great job of adding like another I haven't played Bloodborne, so no spoilers please, but from what I understand, like there's a more of a unique combat twist. That's why I really like Sekiro. I just love the way the combat feels. I feel like I'm probably going to like Bloodborne for the way the combat feels. Getting higher peak than Sushi? No way, man. There's no way. I like when there's thought processes behind like how I approach combats, you know? Like trading and stuff like that. If you can't tell, I really like the way Sekiro combat was. No Wuyan gameplay today. Sadly, I'm sorry. Yeah, I played Elden Ring. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you make my own thumbnails for YouTube videos? I have a team, a couple of guys to help me out with it. Hyped for the movie? Yeah, I'm cautiously hyped. I've been so burned out on media adaptations that I'm like, it's kind of at the point in time where I'm actually just not going to watch it until I hear the reviews or see the reviews. Star Wars has just ruined all. I just can't trust anything anymore. So I will be very disappointed if it's not decent. Looking to add more to that team? You can shoot me a friend request over Discord. If you have experience with Overwatch and spend a lot of time in Overwatch, I'm interested. Because the challenge with my thumbnails, frankly, is I'm way more interested in like the artistic expression rather than the perfect following. We're very non-formulaic with the thumbnails, and I like it that way. So if you're confident with the topical piece and have a good sense of artistic expression or a good sense of humor, then it's good. If you're just really good with editing stuff, that's not. I don't give a whole lot of direction for thumbnails. So you could kind of tell, like with the thumbnail theme, there's a lot of weird variety, and that's kind of how I like it. So the retconning the Star Wars sequels trilogy, making a new one, that would be shocking to me. What's my favorite movie? Ooh, I don't know. Let me go through my list of favorite movies, see if I can give you guys. Somebody asked this a week ago, and I think I forgot. I like 12 Angry Men. These are like probably top 15, 20 movies. 12 Angry Men. Bahubali, I've already told you guys about that. It's a guilty pleasure movie. I think it's really, really fun. The Big Sleep is good. I do enjoy The Dark Knight. I mean, I know it's basic, but I still find it fun. I enjoy that movie a lot. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. It's great. I love Raiders of the Lost Ark. Again, nothing special or crazy there. Just, I enjoy it. It's fun. Lawrence of Arabia is definitely up there. Top 5, maybe. Lord of the Rings trilogy, again, nothing flashy there, but it's just great. The Prestige. I really like that one. Again, nothing super clever for that one. The Searchers. The Thin Man. I really like The Empire Strikes Back a lot. There's a lot of movies that I like, but these I'm trying to think of the ones that are definitely near the top. Vertigo. Vertigo is great. Whiplash. Yeah. Dune's on the list. I wouldn't break my top 40 or 50 necessarily, but it's definitely one of my top 100 movies for sure. Yeah, Nolan is just entertaining, right? Nolan. People saying that they don't. A lot of people don't like Nolan because they think it's too pretentious. But then I find that the people that don't like him are even more pretentious. So there's like a certain sense of irony. Like, I know Interstellar doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't care. It's entertaining. It's they put a lot of effort into the writing and the characterization, and the acting is good and the story is interesting. I don't care if it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Sometimes I can suspend my disbelief with certain things. Do I have a favorite novel? Hard to say. I'd have to think back. I read a lot. I have watched Arrival. It's also on my list. Yep. Top 100 movie for me, probably.
Select your
Paths of Glory. Is that the one with Kirk Douglas? The anti-war movie? I think. Paths of Glory. I think Frank Sinatra's in that one. Or no. No, he's not. No, but yes, I have seen it. It's good. Yes, it is Kirk Douglas. Yeah. Yes, I like Paths of Glory. I watched it a couple years ago. It's good, or several years ago. Saridra, we're working on I almost said hit piece. We're working on a discussion, a full discussion on that. You can actually go back to our last stream on YouTube. I believe I have it timestamped for my thoughts. Do I read sci-fi fantasy? Yes, I prefer fantasy over sci-fi. But I haven't read a lot of that. I don't remember the ending of Arrival, frankly. It's been a long time since I've seen that movie. I enjoyed it, though. Nolan films are just blockbuster movies with actual thought and care put in. Harmless fun. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's like they're great movies to think about, but don't think too hard about them. But they're good. They're enjoyable for what they do. You know? So who cares? I'm not gonna sit there and be like Interstellar is like the greatest movie of all time, but there's a lot of work put into it, and it's fun. It's good. I'm not sure, Abby. I haven't decided yet. I mostly just put it there because I wasn't really sure what I was gonna do today. To be frank with you. How are you, by the way?
5, 4, 3, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Correct choice.
Attack the objective. Enemies coming in hot. I'm under attack.
There's the enemy. Over here.
Tango spotted.
Thanks, guys.
There's the enemy.
No one to save you, Angela.
Target marked. Tango spotted.
Over here.
Target marked.
Watch here.
I see them.
Pointed tower. She must not advance.
Close your eyes. Don't fret. I see you. I'll make it work.
Heroes never die.
Crusaders.
Tango spotted.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Hunting them down. Looking toasty.
I'm feeling the burn.
Target marked. Numbered.
I go out on my terms. Group up at my position.
Enemy hit.
I see them.
Scorch the sky.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Online.
I've got you.
Target marked.
Younger guy. Enemies left here. Hold on. Reloading. Hard work is rewarded.
Helden sterben nicht. Tango spotted.
Over here.
Over here.
I see them.
Unlimited. Taking care of you. I appreciate it. Don't fret. I see you.
Over here.
My ultimate is ready.
Now I'm really fired up.
Nano boost is ready to deploy.
There's the enemy. For the Crusaders.
Enemy in sight.
Over there.
Remember me?
Over here.
Heroes never die.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
I probably should have trusted Rez there, to be honest with you guys. Frick. Or just use the nano and not worried about my abilities. It's fine.
Score 0.
Freaking hate Mercy, dude. That's alright. Okay.
I will not leave a broken world
He
behind.
says, if you have many aliases, why call yourself?
Freak out so much under any pressure? I don't know. Thought I played pretty well under pressure there, to be
Being
honest.
myself is exciting.
That one at the end
enough.
was a little unfortunate, but I thought it was okay.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
We can turn this around. Focus up.
Over there.
I haven't lost my touch.
The enemy's being revived. Tango spotted.
The objective is now
Don't let them take the objective. Over here!
Very well. Close your eyes. Keep an eye out.
Marking the enemy.
I see them.
I have you. Keep fighting. More
Mob is here. Lucky you.
Target marked.
This is not the end.
Tango spotted.
Bowler's ready when you are. I'm right here.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Reinhardt.
No recovery.
Heroes never die. Hunting them down. Someone's looking for a fight. I will not let you fall. Enemy here.
Thank you, Angela.
Target marked.
Point is mine.
Oh, I'm burning up.
Our ultimate is charged. Stand up straight. You're powered out. Get in there. I want you to fall.
Vermilion objective. Don't touch it. Get them away from the objective.
Heroes never die. Scorch the sky.
Turn it up, sir. We're here to be heard.
Kind of felt like a comp diff or a team diff there, not gonna lie. No idea what the frick my tank was doing there at the end. And not even at the end, just felt really, really bad all the way through. Bum bum. Alright, be right back. I'm gonna switch my legs for a sec. I'm gonna go try to be out here.
Select your hero. Choose hero bands.
Rick, no! I mean, I could play Zen, it's fine. Hazard gets freaking his main band.
Welcome to Esperanza.
I haven't had a good Zen game in a long time, man. I've been unironically struggling on Zen. We'll buck the trend here. Yeah, last game was tough. I don't know. It felt like they had a pocket of DPS the whole game. It felt like we didn't. And we'd start off on the right foot, but somehow just kept getting traded. I didn't play perfectly by any means. Specifically, that second round was a little messier towards the back half, but...
Amid discord,
Yeah, I'm playing versus Tony Parker.
tranquility.
From the San Antonio Spurs.
Rise the storm.
Crazy. These NBA players are just crazy. Freaking Air sniped me.
Your composure is commendable.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Unlocks in 30 seconds.
Hey there. Hey. Hello.
To immense you. Assistance would be appreciated. The barricade proceeds.
I am restored.
Heads up! A temporary setback. Making good progress over here. Group up with me. Combat. Join together. Launching the attack. No. Over there. Waiting for orders. Let us push together. We walk in the shadows, my apprentice. These are no surprise there.
Let us push.
Greetings, my goat. Excited to get coached
My
by
blade
you this
is
month.
ready to be unleashed.
Barrier initialized.
Forward spawn activated.
My ultimate is ready. Over there. Protocol ready.
Exerting force on the barricade.
Pass into the iris.
Barrier is splintering. things along.
My ultimate is ready. A challenge presents itself. Hey there. Be reassured,
Forward
you
spawn.
are not alone.
Stop their barricade.
Legacy is worth your life. Over here.
Launching the attack. I'm with the robot.
We must join as one.
The barrier cannot withstand much more. Hostile mark.
On my way. An enemy appeared. We are outnumbered.
Someone get our robot back. Strike quickly and
Hold their movement. True strength does not always lie in victory. Harmony follows you.
fight here. Keep watch.
Enemy forward.
What torments you?
Let the kitsune guide you.
Robot has been acquired.
Major pack
This is the right path.
Nice work. My ultimate's ready.
Enemy forward spawn reactivated.
Listen to the whisper.
The barrier is here.
Discord plagues this one.
Heads up.
I've got you in my sights.
Motivating the robot.
Mastery cannot be conceived.
Right here. Not bad.
Forward spawn activated.
Let us push.
Over here.
Sorry about that.
Approaching the final destination.
Assistance will be appreciated.
Approaching the final
Do not falter.
kill. Victory.
That's pretty smooth. It's an easier map. I've had a couple of games on Zen getting stuck playing Zen on Koth because Ana or whatever's banned. That's always sucked. So that felt nice.
Of the game.
Bump. Oh, we got to play the game. Oh, I got to play the. I should show you the sleep I had the other day. It was actually pretty fun. This is actually insane that he lives this. Remind me, I'll show you the sleep I had the other day really fast. It was pretty cool. It wasn't actually that hard of a sleep because she was moving in a straight line, but it felt fun. Where was it? Survasa. Man, we should have won this game. I chunked it. I'm not saying thank you, frick off. You threw first fight, you flanked all the way around and got your one, and then died for it, and then I was actually doing something before I died, so frick off. Where was the I think it was the Valk, I think? Yeah. This is fun. This is play of the game too. It wasn't that hard of a sleep, but it's always fun when it's always. And by the way, this guy lives too, so it's always fun when that happens. All right, we'll probably do one more. I don't know. I'm just not feeling super spicy today. Got your spile? True, yeah. I had to S-key angle a couple of times there where there weren't really good rotations for me, so I just kind of stepped back and a little bit to the side. And so I'm like marking an angle by backing up and kind of shifting back rather than going forward, if that makes sense. Sorry, Erdu. You rolled kind of bad tank RNG. You guys ban Ana, you roll it in a Roadhog, and you just have Zenyatta Emre. It's like freaking GG's. Will I stop playing the moment you hit GM or keep playing? I'll probably stop hitting the moment I play GM. I enjoy this a lot. What's up? Erdu's on my team. But it is a bit of a time commitment, and it's like I've had to not pause a couple of things, but like other things haven't been like as snappy because of it. Do you mind if I play Ana, Erdu? I need one more Ana game if possible. You can play if you want to, but I mean I can play Zen here, no problem. It's up to you. Okay, you play Zen? Okay. I'll be right back.
Select heroes.
You did the keys pristine. Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, my S and D key are also pretty banged up. Off, man. Frick off. Can I play Zen? I mean, I can play Mizuki, but like, Zen, we just go Zen Kiri. Thanks. What I learned doing Unranked the GM as a coach? Yeah, basically.
Amid discord, we will find tranquility.
No, you're fine, dude. Do whatever you want.
Look at the state of the world. Something has to change.
I'm just chilling today. Thank you, Erdu.
If we do this right, they won't even know what happened.
I mean, this is a pretty good comp in this map. Zen Kiriko is pretty good here. It's definitely one of the better maps to play it on. A little bit, Nooble. A little bit. A little bit. A little bit. Okay.
Your composure is commendable.
4, 3, 2, 1. Escort
Payload progressive. Excellent.
What's the plan? What's the plan? What is the plan? What is the purpose of your existence?
Enemy vector calculated.
Silly human.
The payload in motion stays in motion. We must join as one.
Step rider.
Cannot protect you. I got the payload. Let's rumble. I am here.
I'm here.
Minor perk unlocked.
I have learned from my experiences.
狐の鍵爪を解き放て Let the kitsune guide you.
Tactical visor activated.
Whispers of madness. The payload advances, as it should.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Reinhardt.
Convene here. The barrier appears.
Move up with me.
My ultimate is ready. Work together.
Keep an eye out. Do something.
Enemy turret ahead.
A cruel fate.
My ultimate is charging.
Enemy turret. Defeat cannot break one who
Watch here.
perseveres. Payload stall.
Kitsune is ready. My ultimate is ready. Join me.
The payload is approaching its destination.
Let the kitsune guide you.
Your action.
Complete.
Nice. My freaking Cassie is a death wish, but he's getting kills. Nice job, Air, dude. Good stuff, dude. That was sick. Well done.
Switching sides.
Yeah, no, I was just about to compliment you. That was actually insane. We popped off, dude. We clutched it. What's up, Anna? How are you? Doing pretty good. How about you? Yeah, I think I lowered it a little bit. I don't remember. I think I did, though, because it was really loud. Yeah, no, we did good. We were really disciplined. I trolled on first point. I shouldn't have been even... We shouldn't even come close there.
Amid discord.
That's a really freaking amazing cap with our comp, though. Zen Kiriko Sigma double poke. Third point cap with almost 3 minutes is ridiculous. Actually insane cap. The Ashen Rhine ulted. I was I was playing and giving up there, and then
They have had this coming.
I didn't die, and then my Sigma fluxed. I was like, okay, I guess we're gonna try, and it ended up working out. But I don't think it was a bad decision.
Fixating on target.
Yeah, yeah. Third should have been rough. We played that last fight really well.
Your composure is commendable.
3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the pain.
I've observed movement in the payload.
A reminder
An unwanted
that
variable
life
moves
is
the
never
payload.
easy. Let me relieve your burdens.
I've observed movement in the payload.
What is that melody? Skurasha!
Let the kitsune.
Group up here.
Enemy here.
The universe does not weep when the sun sets.
Duplicating Farah. Seconds remaining. Rocket barrage incoming. Advancing upward. The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Adversity is an opportunity for change. Understood.
The payload is
We
moving.
must join the experiment.
Compromised?
Barrier initialized.
Barrier is splintering. Is that melody?
An unwanted variable moves the payload.
Join me. Group up. We must join as one.
Group up with me.
My ultimate is almost ready. I've observed movement in the payload.
Major pack unlocked.
In life, experience nothingness.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Lucia.
Let the kid guide you.
60 seconds remaining. Triple kill.
Accomplishment always follows effort.
Thanks.
Cool move. You mean business. Hey, not bad.
Harmony follows. Don't let that payload move any farther.
Like a gentle rain.
30 seconds.
Show 'em now. We're almost there.
Duplicating Winston.
This Cassie had a death wish, man. This guy just wanted to die. Okay. The reason for the trance was I was thinking, okay, we've lived a long time, way longer than we should. So if I can trance my Sigma, then I can keep him alive, and then we'll be able to recontest. And the problem was I was worried about Eridu, which I should have been, but I needed to commit to the decision faster. But to be fair, my Sigma went from 0 to 100, like, or 100 to 0, like, pretty fast, I felt like. I'm actually curious how this looked at. I felt like he lived a long time. So if we were down 1 again. So right about here, I'm thinking trance. Yeah, I mean, that was just stupid of me. But to be honest with you guys, that was way slower than I thought it was. But I think it was just my distraction. If I had tranced him sooner, it was good. Now, the good news is that Eridu's a freak and kills the Winston. And then I recognize, oh, wow, this is a 4v4. If I could just get out, and I've got double harmony, we can win this fight. So I almost didn't get out in time there. I get pocket from Eridu, and then we're fine.
Engaged. Lucia.
And then here it's over, right? Because now the Roadhog swap is actually quite good. And then also the spaces, so yeah. Yeah, GG's. Cassie was crazy. He was really good, but he literally died first, and more fights that he just die. I have no idea what he's even doing. Just freaking die, but he won a lot of fights too. Okay, I'm gonna stop there. Yeah, I was literally 1 HP at that point. Yeah, I needed to... basically, the ideas were there, but the speed wasn't fast enough, so... Good job, Eridu. Nice job, dude. Good stuff. We got your losing trend stopped dead in the track. We should have had first point. Well, I say we should have had first point. But it was another one of the situations where I think my DPS overextended because my Echo gets her Pharah, her copy forced accidentally and then panic copies to not die. But then she forced value out of it when she should have just played slow, disengaged, played around her setup, so then she got pre-fighted. Reactslop now? Yeah, we can look at it. Nice, cool guy. Good stuff, dude. Congrats on being Jack. Oh no, ranked games were fun today. No, even the loss was fun. No, they were fine. It's just Thursday. I have a much shorter fuse. Yeah, no, we did good. We had good games. I got some good Zen stuff. Like my Zen win rate's been terrible this season, so I actually had some decent Zen games, which is nice. I had a 60% win rate at one point with Ana. Reactslop. Yeah, we can do a little bit of Reactslop and maybe some Aspile. I just kind of feel like chilling today. I'll at my Discord now, I guess. Oh, Chad, happy birthday to Queenie. Happy birthday, dude. Can I do you a favor? Maybe. You want to look at a fight? I assume. Yeah, we can look at a fight. Reactslop, Aspilo, etc. No picture, because I don't care. No. Some quick later today, probably, yeah. Calico, I mean, it might be some time. I have a lot of messages that I get through, so that it might be some time. Like currently, right now, I have like already 8 or 9 messages on pause, and I have 12 friend requests right now. So, I'm sorry if I'm behind. How many friends do you have in BattleNet? How do I check that? Do I have to just count on BattleNet or in Overwatch? Like, as in online or just in Overwatch, period? Dude, I have 298? I did not know I had that many. Whoa. I did not know I had that many. That's like, I would have guessed 150 maybe. But I've removed a lot of people. I've removed easily 50 or 60 people, and I don't accept random friend requests either. So... yeah, well, because I didn't know who it was. I don't remember everything. When you have 300 people with random names, like your freaking alt accounts, I don't remember. And it's just like, there's no point being friends with that. And also because Overwatch like limits it and stuff, so it's just like CBA. Eridu is sushi? Probably Eridu. You play Overwatch long enough, you're just going to get a lot of friend requests. Just kind of how it goes. Content suggestion. What do you guys want to look at here? Thank you for the sub, by the way, in the middle of the ranked game. I don't know who subbed, but I appreciate it. And Shreyan, thank you for the sub as well. They removed the limit? Yeah, I mean, you might be right. I don't know. Daddy flex, please? No, just because you said daddy. I would have gladly flexed, but I was literally just about to flex. In fact, that was actually what we were going to do. We were going to do a flex stream for the rest of it, but it's a shame. You just missed it. No, unlucky. Sad. It's sad. You hate to see it. We've got Relth, the Delth of utility. Ref is doing the Delth. I don't really want to look at a VOD review, but that looks interesting. You guys should check that out if you're interested in some coaching. Why some Overwatch perks feel terrible. We can maybe skim through that. There's not as much to look at. r/bald, thank you. No flex unless oiled up. Okay, thank you. What's up here? How are you? What do you guys want to look at? We could look at a little bit of Ralph stuff. Ralph the Doom Slop. And why some Overwatch perks feel terrible, maybe? Is Boger posting in my Discord? What? Is Boger even in my Discord? I don't think so. From Boger. No. I assume you're referencing something else. Difference between your tracer positioning principles compared to others? I don't think... I'm not as familiar with other people's tracer, besides Awkward's, which I don't necessarily agree with Awkward's tracer fundamentals, because I think Awkward puts a little bit more emphasis on like kind of playing around your spikes of recall and blinks. But we've talked about it before. The way that I look at it is it's like I'm not really gonna die on my hill of whatever I want to do. I believe in what I believe, but ultimately I do encourage players to experiment and decide on their own, you know. But I think that there are people out there that maybe don't emphasize setup as much as I do, and that's probably the main difference. But take soft off angles and tank and then triple blink in. Right, I saw that video as well, but I have disagreed with some of his concepts. I don't agree with him on everything, but I also don't necessarily disagree with the concept of taking a soft off angle and looking for opportunities. You get what I'm saying? I mean, I think in the example there, if I remember, it was like Oasis or something, and Proper took the soft off angle and then set himself up for an engage when he saw somebody low. Like, being opportunistic is really important. What is this? Debunking Overwatch guides? Is this recent? I mean, it's just literally like the heel versus the heel. But maybe that's just me. I'll give this one about 5-10 minutes and then I'm peacing out. A lot of them talk about being reactive based on the other team does, also playing with a tank the whole time. Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. And you can just watch high level tracer play and think about contextually like why they're doing what they're doing. But
show and demonstrate how to carry on game. So let's just dive right into it.
Let's do it, Awkward.
Contrary
Need to fix that ASAP.
People think they need to engage with a dash. That could not be further from the truth. A dash is mostly a disengage ability.
Now, I want you guys to understand first off as well, like Awkward is really good at doing like the whole, like, this is how you do this, and you do this exactly because lower ranked players don't need nuance. Lower ranked players need to follow a system, and they can learn nuance as they go along. I don't necessarily disagree with that. But he's going to say things like in concrete terms that are not necessarily true because 90% of his audience probably needs to hear that. So I don't necessarily agree with those concrete principles, but I'm not going to criticize based off of that necessarily. You know, so a lot of people would benefit from this advice, even if it's not technically completely true. But this is why I don't necessarily do guides like Awkward. Because I don't like doing that kind of stuff. I don't like making hard rules. I think it's way more important but also if like I understand why he has success with what he does. So yeah.
It's an engage ability when the person that you're engaging.
Yeah, this is really like Reactslop here. Like I'm not gonna lie, this is very Reactslop.
It's guaranteed to die, so you can dash reset, right?
Not true.
Something like this and get the kill pretty quickly. They think, oh, I need to do that. No, you don't. These are highlight videos. The only time you should use your dash to go in is when you see people's HP close to this, because then you can guarantee a kill, and then worst case scenario, you keep fighting. Oh, I'm low. Get out. You need to use.
The nuance there is that a lot of the times, if you can set up, you shouldn't need dash to be able to apply pressure on most maps. However, it can be useful to dash to gap close when there isn't an angle or rotation that allows you to gap close. And then the other thing as well is that one of the big things, which to be fair, Awkward's not talking about this, but dash is actually a really important repositioning ability to move from one angle to the next when that rotation would otherwise be really scary. So like if we were to look at like this situation where is there Genji slop somewhere else? I swear I saw Dorado, maybe I'm crazy. But like let's say you wanted to take the high ground here, you could dash from here to the high ground and just basically cut out the middleman. But moving from point A to point B rather than moving from point A to target A. But even then, like a lot of the Genji's players that I work with don't do a very good job of closing the gap. And so you don't necessarily want to play super passive in the back. You need to gap close, but if you could gap close without your dash, you're going to try to do that.
No, you don't. These are highlight videos. The only, and then worst case scenario, you keep fighting. Oh, I'm low. Get out. You need to use the dash as disengage ability. Let's talk about the deflect.
That's not true.
The deflect is there to buy you time until you have dash back, because you can't die deflecting unless you're fighting against a Moira or something. It's there to protect your life from big cooldowns so you can keep fighting. So let's assume, I don't know, you just engage enemies from an off angle, you drop. Now, an Ana and a Hans are looking at you. You obviously are not trying to fight.
It's way
Ana and
easier
Hans
to
with
criticize
both.
than to give
Are basically
advice.
Deflecting. Oh, she uses nade. No nade. Ana can now die with no nade. Well, it depends if she's full HP. You obviously don't dash in, but it means you can keep poking for a little bit longer before you have to leave.
I would
Sometimes when you-
make an adjustment to like your deflect is it's like your grace period to get yourself either out of a situation or onto better positioning. Like if you say if there's an Ana Hanzo in front of me, I'm gonna use that deflect to get me behind cover and to like get me a high ground.
Sure.
So that when I get my dash and my reflect, I get to dive on them with better positioning.
So let's say Junker and Cassidy just spamming the choke. So just go like this, get out of the choke. Oh,
I don't like
move
this.
to the off angle or a
I don't
dash
like
out or
this
whatever.
as much.
It helps you take this.
There are some people that, I mean, even Jake had a whole video back when he was coaching the Jote stuff about how like, oh, you can deflect for your front line. And I just disagreed with that there. There are nuances where that's okay in certain situations if you're in the middle of setting up or you can't set up. And there's also situations like cage fight. It's sometimes even good for Genji to lose the angle and go inside of the Malga cage to deflect in front of the Malga in some tank mirrors. But it's like the vast majority of the time, this is generally not great advice. You generally want to take this setup and use your deflect to be able to hold space instead. Oh no, Awkward and Hydran just play the heal. That's just their personalities. That's not they're that's just their content. That's been their content for forever. So it's like it's not it's just how it goes. You know.
Space without taking any damage.
So
how to use your Dragon Blade? Pretty simple. You don't use it like you see in Alvicate's clip or Necros 4 years ago.
That's
trying
true.
to be the fastest human being on planet Earth with those dashes. Because what ends up happening when you do this?
I'm
like,
trying to react more to. I'm curious to see what Hydran has to say.
Because you miss all of your swings and then
Hard to keep track of where.
no dashes. You have to understand these Genji.
Well, I would
players
say
need
it's not
the
because you
highlights.
miss all your swings. It's because you lose. It's hard to keep track of where you are and where you're going and where the enemy's going. Like keeping them on your screen.
So when you pull the blade and everybody looks at you, don't double down. It's okay. If you use the like blade and they use every ability in the game to protect against your
Dude,
blade.
Hydran's mic is killing me. It sounds like there's like a wind tunnel going there.
You go with your blade. Okay, bye. You don't have to commit. It's fine to not get kills with your blade if you force many cooldowns, because then you can capitalize off the fact they don't have cooldowns. And also, as I talked about the cooldowns, you can utilize the cooldowns to protect yourself in close range, because
Lightways.
means that
Thank you for the sub.
But you have to be more in danger to get killed.
Nothing.
People who play from far
But
away
you
use
also have to
passive,
use
but the
the
likelihood of a kill is very,
like
very
you
low.
also have to use
You
the
get
fact
close,
that
oh, I mean,
Thank you,
they're
Lightways.
poking them and
Oh,
you
you
like
get close, you
pulling
know,
aggro
I
with your
can die,
gun
you know,
is
I
what
can
gets you
go
closer, right? You can't just
closer, you can
walk
deflect them close,
onto
you
the
can
side or
deflect,
onto a
back up,
flank
I'm safe again.
without
Also, you don't
shooting
want
when
to
you
be
could
in
shoot
front
and
of
like just
enemies. If
get
you
to the
lock
flank
enemies eye to eye, it
unscathed.
means that you're playing in the wrong spot for the most part. Why? When you're in front of enemies, they can shoot you pretty easily. You miss the element of surprise. It's not even about getting killed. It's about you not.
Yeah, can one of you guys stream my stream, please? So you guys can react to my
How
stream.
many times do you see like a Widow or a Hans or like an Ana, a Kiri, like
Okay, let's.
care what people ban and produce a lot.
like some
Sorry,
jammer?
it's
I
a
mean,
lot of
that
people ban with the-
he would care if he
Why?
was in a champ
Because
lobby.
if I can heal myself.
I'm like, sorry, I'm skipping through this because this is like really slop. Like, there's nothing happening here. We're like waiting for some discussion here.
You see,
You
I
know?
was in open space mode dash. I use my deflect there to protect myself, and I messed up my dash. That's what I said. Mechanics not that great. It's fine. Whatever. But you almost killed the cast. But also the cast went.
I told you,
to
Fergus, Reactslop.
because I was sitting.
I think he forgets the part of where like you can't just get on the off angle. Like you have to start with your team and then split off.
No, he doesn't. In fact, that's actually what Awkward often teaches, is start with your team and then get on the off angle. But the funny thing is that's the part of Awkward's teaching that I actually don't necessarily agree with. Awkward does this a little bit with Tracer as well, and I think Hydran's just I don't agree with
It's the
Hydran
part
here.
of where
Like
like
listen to what Hydran says. Listen.
Wait for a good time, either my Winston jump or if I see somebody's low.
I think he forgets the part of where like you can't just get on the off angle. Like you have to start with your team and then split off.
And yet, literally look at what's happening on our screen as we're talking to this. We walk out of spawn, we wall climb, and there's backline. You know? Now, in higher elo lobbies, those angles will be marked as you set up the stage. But then that's exactly what your job is. You walk on the lane, the tracer marks you, whatever, so you shoot the tank. But you're not sitting inside of the middle of your team the entire... That's not how... It's like a lot of higher rank players just forget what it actually looks like to play in a lower elo lobby where angles are free. And just because those angles are contested in higher elo doesn't mean that they're on off angles. You walk and you fight. That's it.
Before people,
Right?
like there's no way for you to like get a kill and like
you're in front of them, you're gonna take a bunch of damage.
not like
The
poke
likelihood of a kill
and just
because
one-shot
when you're
somebody.
in front of them,
Like, oh, that's the funnest support.
My God, I can't.
Like, look again. Look again.
He's
This is an off angle. This is an off
not
angle.
like playing Genji fundamentally right. Like, he's not starting high ground. He's not clearing for his monkey. Like, he's not clearing the monkey in front of his back line. He's not taking an.
He doesn't necessarily need to clear the monkey if there's another value or there's another target that's immediately available. Like, you can clear monkey. You often do clear tank and higher elo because you don't have immediate access to backline.
He's just like going. He's just going for like a pretty straight up flank and just trying to one shot somebody. And every time he goes for it, he just dies. Right. Right. Like. Oh. I guess he's not out.
Now I can do it fast because I've practiced on doing it slow many times. But
Anyway, we'll move on. Yeah, it was kind of what I thought. You guys want to look at Relth? What's his perk video? Relth or perk video? Why are people saying gorilla and monkey and why some Overwatch? Oh, this perk video actually popped off. That's the difference between guides made to teach beginners and guides to teach advanced students and everything. Yeah, no, I understand that, but I don't think that you can. For example, I think starting coaching to start main and then split off is probably not great advice for any elo. I think you should start to think about, let's start moving off to the side. People kind of tend to interpret things with extremes. You're either spending 15 seconds rotating all the way around behind the enemy backline, which I don't think is realistic or good, or you stand inside of your team. It's just move off to the side a little bit, Move off to the side a little bit. Gorilla. But yeah, we'll move on. Why some Overwatch perks feel terrible? I'm actually going to watch this one because it's really short. And it looks like it's popped off and it was relatively high effort. And so shout out to Future Chalkline. I don't know what this channel does, but let's check them out. Whoops, that's shorts. Looks like this is a relatively newer Overwatch channel. But it looks like, oh wait, this showed up in my feed. I haven't seen it, but average of recruiters tier list. There's some really clever videos in here. Maybe we'll go through these, but definitely check them out. Okay, let's look. We'll Reactslop speed it up just a tiny bit.
The game for over a year now, and man, they're a fun addition to Overwatch. Some people may argue that they're a
You guys already, I think most of you guys already know my opinion on perks. Transformative ones, interactive ones are fun, but the kiss curse of perks have kind of faded off. A lot of them are just raw power creep. And I'm on the fence about how many of them should be added to base kit or not. So, what's up, GKB? How are you, mate?
balancing nightmare, and frankly, they kind of are. But the trade-off is that they're fun, and they add a good amount of player agency to the game. They let you customize your experience in the moment, at least to a degree. But despite how positive perks are overall, some are very clearly better than others. Some perks are genuinely cool and really do transform how a hero plays. Others are, unfortunately, really boring, and some are actually a net negative in certain ways. With how perks have been implemented and split up, you've got some heroes with perks that completely change how they approach fights, and then others where the perks barely feel worth thinking about at all. And to me, what matters even more than individual perks is something I'd call perk sets. No, not Percocet. By perk sets, I mean the combination of perks you could choose, or the perks that compete with each other. Because when you look at perks that way, you start to notice something very quickly. Some heroes have genuinely great perk sets, where the choices feel meaningful, and the perks work with each other or against each other very well. And many others have perk sets that are just boring, underwhelming, or sometimes even bad. That's the big difference. If perks work well together, that's a great design. If the options are contrasting enough that you may genuinely want to consider either perk, depending on the game and the moment, that's a really good sign of a great perk set. I'm not saying these are good perks, I'm arguing that the contrast in power between the two is fairly similar. If one option is just obviously better than the other, or both options are kind of dull, or they don't really feed into each other at all, then the whole perk set starts to fall apart. And this—
Right, I agree. I think the whole concept of perks should be conscious choice and conscious effort. If your perks are just magical value, I think that's the definition of just a bad perk. Not just from like a game health standpoint. I don't think it matters that much for game health. If anything, maybe just inoffensive perks are better. But from a perspective of like the whole point of perks for content is to invite engagement and make things more fun and interesting. And if you don't have to interact with your perk, then that kind of kills the entire point of the perk, and then it's just power creep. You understand what I'm saying? Like, this is power creep. But the fact that you have this option means that you can change how you use Bastion ult, which makes the game more interesting and fun as a Bastion player. And examples that he had with like the Hanzo to a lesser extent, but also like the Bastion one, or what was the other example he said? The Winston one. Like, those change how you play the game slightly, which makes things more fun and adds replayability to the game. So if we ignore balance and game health and fundamentals of Overwatch just for a second and just be like Timmy Joe Schmo, happy licking lollipop with a spinny wheel hat thing, just enjoying the game, then these perk good, these perk Freya perk bad. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's not interesting. It doesn't make you think about the game any differently. And thinking is fun. Thinking is fun. Even if it's just a little bit of thinking, it's fun. Is Malga successfully broken in Eason? I don't think so. It might just be the matchup that you're playing versus. Like, a lot of those perks just don't really change. If your perk doesn't change how you think or play the game at all, like not at all, then your perk is bad. You know? Your perk is bad. Oh, wait. Ralph already reacted this? He out-Reactslop to you? Yeah. Well, Ralph is really good at that. I am not.
It's going to sound controversial to a lot of you guys, but...
Well, he's saying Cryostorm is bad as in it's not a good perk design, not that it's weak. Powerstorm is busted, but it's not very thoughtful. Like, I don't think it's the worst perk in the world. Maybe it's not the best example, because in theory there are some ways that you can strategize it, but most of the time you pretty much use Cryos. That was actually... Okay, so fun fact about Cryostorm. Let's actually go back to where he do it. There it is. Okay. So this was my critique of Cryostorm. The intent was we don't want people camping May Ice Block. My criticism was like, you don't really generally camp on top of Ice Block anyway. And instead, do you guys remember my initial fix for Cryostorm? It was to make it so that when you exited the Ice Block, there was a little detonation of damage. And what that would mean is that you're rewarded for entering and exiting Ice Block to burn your defensive cooldown for a bit of burst, potentially, but also... if you stay in your Ice Block the entire time, it makes it really predictable about when that damage is going to come out. You get what I'm saying? But so Cryostorm just doesn't change what you do at all. You sit there and you leave when you want to. But if it does damage only when you exit, you might want to leave a little early before you fully heal to actually get the damage out. You have to think about when you're going to use it correctly. I'm not saying that's a perfect perk choice, but at least there's a little bit of thinking involved. It changes slightly how you'd use Ice Block. Doesn't change anything with Cryostorm.
Starts to fall apart. And this is going to sound controversial to a lot of you guys, but I actually think Bastion has one of the best perk sets in the game.
I don't think that's a hot take at all.
It's important to separate.
I think the nade perk is kind of meh. Especially now that it's just damage or just reduction, because it was just... I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe there's a little bit of thinking involved, but certainly the ult perk is good, and both majors are good too, I think.
How you feel playing against Bastion from what his perks are actually doing design-wise. I also don't mean he has the most powerful perks in the game. That's a completely different discussion. Bastion's perks expands his playstyle without making him not feel like Bastion. They change his gameplay quite a lot, but there's enough contrast between the perks that it improves the overall variance between the games you play. Firstly, look at his minor perks. He has the choice between Armored Artillery, which grants 300 overhealth when he uses his ultimate, and Configuration Reload, which reduces the cooldown of his grenade by 4 seconds when he changes form. Why is this such a good comparison perk set? Because it offers two pretty distinctive ways to play Bastion. The first perk lets you start using your ultimate as a survivability tool, as well as an offensive playmaking tool. It becomes a buffer for when you get dove, and it also enables aggressive ultimate plays you normally would never attempt because of how dangerous they can be. On the other end, the grenade perk reduces Bastion's grenade cooldown by 50% each time you transform. It lets you grenade jump a lot more often than before. You can move around the map more effectively, retreat more easily, and burst down targets a bit more consistently. Even just from the minor perks alone, your choice is already affecting how you want to treat fights. That's what I mean by a nuanced perk set. The choice you make actually changes how you play the game. And what makes Bastion even better is that his major perks are good in very similar ways as well. Lindholm Explosive
What's up, Matt? How are you, mate?
Turret works to be more like Overwatch 1's tank form. It brings back an old style of play and lets you do chunkier projectile damage instead of the more standard turret.
It's not that bad, actually.
Then, in opposition to that, you have Self-Repair, which gives Bastion an E ability that used to be his older kit before the rework. This gives him a lot more self-sustain. And what makes Bastion's perk set so strong is when you start pairing the major and minor perks together. Lindholm Explosives and Configuration Reload can turn you into the rocket jumping, grenade jumping king, constantly taking weird angles and playing far more dynamically. Meanwhile, Armored Artillery and Self-Repair gives you way more sustain and lets you take fights with a lot more confidence. Any combination of these 4 perks changes Bastion's gameplay in a noticeable way. None of them feel disconnected from the rest of his kit, and none of them feel so awkward that they ruin the hero. They just expand him. And that's what makes it fun from a gameplay experimentation perspective. It adds a lot of variance from game to game. However, not every hero has that.
So I'm not adding a whole lot there because we have already said it, and I think he's putting it really well. I mean, this is why I don't often post stuff to YouTube without the person's consent, also, first off, but also just because there's just nothing to add. I want to watch this video. I agree with it. You guys need to check this guy out. He makes good points. We've talked about many of those points.
So many perks in this game are just boring. Hell, one of the biggest complaints people have about perks is that sometimes it feels like you're choosing between the greatest upgrade in existence, and the alternative is like 5% poison resistance. I'm exaggerating, of course, but that's genuinely how it can feel sometimes. Take Torbjorn, for example. His minor perks let him choose between running 20% faster with his hammer out, or getting a free ability press with his ultimate. Compared to Bastion's minor perks, these barely change the game. They're not really opening up a new way to play Torbjorn. They're not making you think about fights that differently. They're just sort of there. And sometimes you get perks that do change the kit, but in such a small or underwhelming way, that it just doesn't feel impactful. Mei is a pretty good example of that. Her minor perk, Skating Ring, makes it so being inside her ultimate increases move speed by 25 and heals you for 50 HP per second. Or you have Glacial Propulsion.
Don't criticize it. Don't criticize it.
Small ice pillar that gives Mei more jump height and improves her movement. These sound transformative on paper, but in practice, compared to a lot of other heroes, they can fall a bit flat. And Mei's perk sets also suffer because...
Oh, no! He's right. He's right. I disagree with the wall jump. I actually think the wall jump one is really quite transformative and very quite good, actually. And that's the one that I pushed for, but it wasn't my idea. The other one is transformative in theory, but is so undertuned. It'd be like if they gave Bastion 100 or 150 over health instead of 300. So where the concept is there, but the numbers are so pathetically weak, it's not transformative in that aspect.
And heals you for 50 more jump height and improves her movement. These sound transformative on paper, but in practice, compared to a lot of other heroes, they can fall a bit flat.
And frankly, I don't mind if not every hero has a ridiculously transformative perk option, because a lot of characters just don't have the kit capability. I'm not saying Mei's necessarily, but some characters just aren't going to have, like Widowmaker may not have the most transformative perks in the history of the universe, but like there has to be an attempt there. There has to be an attempt that like as like part to a gradient of scale, and that just isn't here.
And Mei's perk sets also suffer because her major and minor perks don't really build into each other very well. Deep Freeze brings back the old Mei Freeze, but it takes a long while to actually kick in. Cryo Storm makes it so your shift has an AoE slow and deals 70 damage per second to nearby enemies. These aren't useless or anything, but they're not massive changes either, and they don't really interact with the minor perk choices in some especially exciting ways. So the issue isn't always just that a perk is weak. Sometimes the issue is that the perk set has poor synergy. Sometimes the issue is that the competition between...
I don't agree with that exactly. I know that that's kind of like his little catchphrase here, is that you can tell a perk set is good when it actually combines well with something else, but I don't necessarily agree with that. It feels like a little bit arbitrary. It makes for a good hook, but I don't think it's actually technically accurate. For me, it's more interesting about, does it provoke thought? It doesn't matter if it synergizes with the other perk choices. I mean, that'd be fine if it does, but honestly, it's just as interesting to have, you know, a multiple individual things that each are transformative in their own isolation, but aren't necessarily synergistic, because that creates some really cool combos. And it also means that you don't feel like I have to choose perk B because I chose perk A. You get what I'm saying? And then also, exactly, I also think that there's a little bit of this is where I'm disagreeing a little bit. I don't like kind of with the Mei thing, right? With the Mei jump. Yeah, Mei jump is not necessarily as transformative as Bastion's ult. However, it's frequently transformative rather than just one big burst. So like, really, is it more transformative or is it not? I'm fine with that. I think Mei jump is cool. I think Mei jump is fine. Like, not everything has to be major transformative. It just needs to be at least minor transformative. That's why, for me, I've always been on a scale of power. I think perks need to be middling to weakish, but completely transformative. I don't think we need... I would prefer to almost have no perks that aren't transformative. Like, every perk needs to be transformative. All 4 of them. All 4. And they all need to be reined in power-wise a little bit. That would be my personal thing, so that every perk provokes choice, but you don't... It's not like the end of the world if you didn't get the perk value. A good example of that is like Wrecking Ball's Shield right now, where it's so overtuned that it's just unbelievably important that you get it done right, and it's transformative, but not really.
Brig is a really good example of kinda bad perk set nuance. Her minors mostly lack nuance. Pick morale boost unless you're afraid.
Right.
And her majors? Pick inspire.
Right, exactly, Brax. Like, you don't really change how you play Brigitte almost at all there. Like, they're almost not even remote, like, I guess remotely transformative here and there, but very little bit. It just needs to make the hero different. It sounds like in this video he's kind of advocating a little bit, maybe I'm misinterpreting, for he wants the perks to be transformative, would prefer them to combo with other perks, but they also feels like needs to be a sense of scale that's better. Because with the May description, he was like, well, they're transformative, but they're not really transformative because they're not quite like because they're not Bastion good enough. Like, or maybe I'm missing. Maybe go back and listen to that. But it sounds like he wants them to be more powerful so that they are more transformative. Because to be fair, the more powerful the perk, more potential for transformative. But I don't really see it that way because I don't want perks to be that strong personally.
Improves her movement. These sound transformative on paper, but in practice, compared to a lot of other heroes, they can fall a bit flat. And you
kind of see what I'm saying? Compared to a lot of other heroes, they fall a bit flat. That implies that they don't necessarily... I mean, I don't see how else you would interpret your wall jump. Like, wall jump is absolutely transformative. It's just not super, super, super OP. You know?
Perk sets also suffer because her major and minor perks don't really build into each other very well. AO Storm makes it so your shift has an AoE slow and deals 70 damage per second.
And he just got off saying that with the Bastion ult perks that they're not necessarily super strong, which they are, but they're just very transformative. So I want to be very clear that we don't confuse transformative with strong, because there seems to be a little bit of that confusion even happening in this video. And I don't want to confuse transformative with synergistic, because there also seems to be that kind of arbitrary restriction applied here as well.
Second to nearby enemies, these aren't useless or anything, but they're not massive changes either, and they don't really interact with the minor perk choices in some especially exciting ways. So the issue isn't always just that a perk is weak. Sometimes the issue is that
they don't need to interact with, like, I'm being very clear, the reason why they don't need to interact with the minor perks in interactive and crazy ways is because that puts an arbitrary restriction on perk design, which maybe we like these ideas, but they don't synergize. And the other thing too is we don't necessarily want to force you to pick a certain choice.
Transformative. I bash in a lot more with it than without it, but it's a no-brainer because it's not competing fairly with anything. This is why I'm an advocate for bash speed moving to base kit and...
Yeah, I understand. I understand, Brax, for sure. But bashing in is still, like, yeah, I understand. Inspiring Strike is a great example of where it's, like, it's technically transformative, but it's just also really broken, as you said. So it's the transformative aspects behind it fall behind the fact that it's just really broken. And so you don't think of it as a transformative perk, it's just free value.
Perk set has poor synergy. Sometimes the issue is that the competition between the choices is weak. And sometimes the issue is just that the gameplay doesn't feel noticeably different no matter what you pick. And that's the real challenge that developers have to deal with.
Now, again, I want to clarify. I understand that perks would need... the power spike with perks does mean that you'll feel the transformative more. Like, imagine if Chain Lightning only did 10 damage on the chain instead of 40, 50, whatever it does. I think it, like, scales down. There's a gradient there to hit.
Yeah. They need to balance how much change perks bring to a hero, whilst also balancing how effective those perks are compared to everyone else. I'm not certain if every hero's perk sets should change the hero like Bastion's does, but it does feel like they need to find more of a balance between the sheer amount of change each hero has. If you guys enjoy my content, do consider subscribing. It can actually get even worse than just boring. There are even situations where players will straight up refuse to pick certain perks because the trade-off compared to the base kit just isn't worth it. Orisa is a good example of this. With her major perks, you get the choice between Charge Javelin, which lets you charge Javelin for an increased knockback and projectile speed, or the alternative perk that replaces Javelin Spin with Orisa's old shield. Now, on paper, these are actually really interesting perks. Giving Orisa a shield instead of a defense matrix ability.
Okay, to be fair, I think this is like one of the only examples in the game where this is an active downside. Are there any other heroes that have active downsides with their perks? I mean, Freya technically, but Freya you can just choose the other major. Like, you don't have to choose. I know we had Sombra for a little while. That was pretty controversial.
Very notable change. It changes how you play Orisa, and it changes her cooldown rotations too. The issue with Charged Javelin is that the projectile move speed changes, and that can really disorientate you when you're already used to the normal Javelin.
And there's also a slight delay. It's not as snappy either.
Even if the perk is good on paper, the downside is that you can make the ability feel worse to use. And if you really don't like that trade-off, and you really don't want the shield, you're now in a weird position where one perk feels clunky, and the other completely replaces the path of your key you want to keep. That's the problem. Going back to Bastion for a second, Lindholm Explosive changes his turret in a big way, sure, but the alternative is...
Ryan Shield Bash wasn't really, because you could just choose the other perk. Fire Strike for attack speed is not that good, but it's like worst case scenario, it's mildly distracting. It's not bad.
Self-repair. Self-repair doesn't trap you.
But you didn't have to choose Soldier Stem, you know what I'm saying?
You don't have to use self-heal if you don't want to, even if you obviously should. It doesn't come with a built-in downside, other than not having Lindholm Explosives. Orisa's perks do have that problem though. They ask you to accept a more awkward version of one ability or replace another ability entirely. A simple way to fix this issue is to make the initial javelin delay the exact same.
I agree, not the
That
name.
way, you still change how the ability works without making the base feel worse, and without adding that same level of awkwardness. This issue has happened with other heroes too, like Sombra in the past. She was basically
for sure.
a poster
That's true.
child for having major perks that don't really agree with her kit. Her old perk, White Hat, lets Sombra hack a teammate and give them a heal over time. Sounds cool, right? And in theory it is, but it had a huge downside. In actual gameplay, you'd often try to hack an enemy or a teammate and end up hacking the wrong target. It made Sombra's most important ability feel clunky and unreliable at times. So it's one of those ideas that sounds cool in principle, but in execution, no, not really. Then on the other side, her major perk, Stack Overflow, doubled the duration of her silence by a second. Sounds great, but it came with a 30% range reduction downside. So Sombra players were basically choosing between White Hat, which could make hack feel clunky and awkward, or Stack Overflow, where you lose a big chunk of range just to get 1 extra second of silence. It's really not surprising Sombra mains were very annoyed by these choices. Thankfully now, Sombra's perks have been changed, but I think there are some very clear lessons to learn from all this. The best perks allow for flexibility in gameplay, without ruining hero identity. Perks that add new ways to play, like
Custa said they didn't want to have 2 perks in the same set that can be seen as negatives or transformative. Right. I remember that discussion with Custa. The more that I've played with perks, the more I think that mindset needs to change. I think the entire upside of perks is transformative. They've moved away toward, they've moved, the focus I feel like with perks has been, let's not have perks that people don't want to play or don't want to pick, rather than what's the entire philosophy of our perk design. Like, I think objectively perk design has gotten better from the perspective that every perk that we have, there are way fewer bad perks now than there used to be in terms of competitive advantage. But I'm not so certain that our perk design has improved. Yeah, that's true, Empty Sky. You see what I'm saying? Like, we have a lot less, we have many fewer bad perks, but has perk philosophy improved? Like, I don't know.
So we're getting a health pack hack, which admittedly is a bit random. And maybe
right, how many, when we did our perk tier list, how many perks were like active nerfs or just literally almost completely worthless? Not many. Like, most perks will at least provide some value. So like the D tier perks, like, still situationally could be useful, you know?
Fit him perfectly. At least they do add interesting utility to his kit in a somewhat unique way. And on the other hand, if you have a perk that heavily changes how a character plays, the opposite perk cannot also be overly contrasting or clunky. A lot of the time, it just needs to be a simple but meaningful buff to the base kit. Bastion getting self-repair, Reaper getting dire triggers, Winston getting chain lightning. These perks add a new avenue to their kits. They change how those heroes interact in the game, with teammates and with enemies, without making the hero feel wrong. And really, that's what a great perk set should do. It should create meaningful choice. It should create gameplay variance between matches. It should expand a hero and not fight against them. Which heroes do you guys think have the best perk sets? Let me know in the comments. And if you've watched this far, please consider subscribing. I'll be doing...
I'm subscribing. I am helping. Good video. The OWCS hive mind? Yeah, I don't give a frick, man. That's crazy. The death of utility. Do you guys want to watch a little bit of this Relf video? We can watch a few. I don't know if we'll watch all of it. Relf videos are, they're like, you guys ever watch like post World War II European cinema? Like, where like the main character is like this honest, poor merchant who's been abused, and then his wife dies, and he goes off in this mission of self-discovery, and then he gets like beaten and abused, and then there's like this 15-minute section where like there's literally no audio, there's no talking at all, and it's like artistically brilliant, and there's like 15 books written about it from all the cinephiles, and then the ending is him getting run over by a car, and then it shows him lying, and there's like a tear running down his cheek, and you're like, wow, I either really hate my life and I feel a major depressed, or I'm bored out of my mind. That's Relf. That's Relf Reactslop. Relf is the European cinema of post-World War II. And being an American slop enjoyer, I can only handle so much. No, I didn't see Come and See. That's too new. That's color. We can't have color. It has to be black and white. It has to be like 1956 and either Eastern European or French. British? No, that's too Western. It has to be like Eastern European or French. Italian? No, still too Western. Yeah. What is he reacting to? Maybe I'll skip steps. DPS is more than damage. Oh, Pixel Rory? I like Pixel Rory stuff. I'll watch Pixel Rory stuff. We actually reacted to one of Pixel Rory's things a long old time ago. Cooldowns aren't balanced. Yes, we will watch it. Well, frick Ralph. I want to watch Pixel Rory. No offense, Ralph.
Ah, well, lads. What would you say one of the hallmarks of skill is?
Sorry, what?
Well, lads. What would you
Well, lads?
say one of the well, lads. What would you say
Yes,
one of the
okay.
hallmarks of skill is? Would you say that it's being so good you can predict what your enemy will do to outplay them with ease?
Irish.
Or maybe something more obvious,
Yes.
like having such good mechanics that you can just roll over every duel that you take? I would say both are applicable. but
All the
there's
Irish
one
people
that
I know are
would also
Junkrat
like
mains.
to
I
put
can't figure out
forward.
why.
Breaking the rules. Not like that. What I mean to say is that knowing when to break the rules is the difference between an intermediate and an expert. But what exactly does this have to do with the title? Let me work backwards. I'd say everyone who plays games with the classic role trio of tank, DPS, and support has a preconceived and pretty obvious notion about what the job
Oh,
of the
audio is so
role
quiet. There you go.
especially looking at
Is
the
that okay? Can you guys
origins
hear
in
okay?
turn-based RPGs and MMOs. The tank takes attention away from the enemies and absorbs the damage. The DPS deals big damage back to the enemies, and the support heals up all the damage the team takes. And in PvE settings, this is perfectly fine. But I'm not talking about PvE games here. My focus is on PvP, specifically hero shooters. I mean, Fork found in Kitchen, really who's surprised? In a lot of hero shooters, there's always this air of expectation held by the community, particularly around the lower to mid levels, that each role has their set job, and if you stray from it, you're throwing the game. The tank has to protect the team, the support has to heal 24/7, and the DPS has to do damage.
What the freak? Why are you guys bringing up Lord of the Rings Online? Do I have my... Is my game thing bugged out, or are you guys just being weird? It's the craziest match of Lord of the Rings Online.
Or do they? Let's get some context out of the way before I dive any further. I am primarily going to be talking about this from the perspective of Overwatch, because it's my favorite hero shooter, but overall what I do talk about will apply to all of them. Probably. When looking at this statement, there are two ways to take it, metaphorically and literally. We'll start with metaphorically, but don't worry, we'll get back to you. There's already been enough setup, and you all get it by this stage. DPS are the people who are meant to be doing the most damage on the team, but let's check.
Every one shot that comes out of her gun for the next 15 to 20 seconds.
Sure.
Change the wording of something. What is their actual job? Why is this job done? And thus, how do they do it? You know damn well I didn't mean it like that. So damage needs to be put out. Obviously, it's going to be done by shooting enemies. But how are we going to shoot them? Before getting into that, let's look at what the other...
What are y'all's definitions of tank damage and support within the Overwatch headspace specifically? I'm pausing right now because my bitrate's exploding, so we'll actually take a second anyway. I'll give you my 2 cents in a second. Also, quiet flex now that they're not here. Yeah, fricker, red barring. Hang tight, boys. I'm gonna stretch my legs as well. Okay, I think we're back. Tank and damage, I think, is by far the most difficult thing to define because the differences between the two are not super clear. For me, tank has always been either has the capability is like a pressure modifier. So like they have the capability of applying either a lot of pressure, more than any damage dealer, for a very brief window of time, or applying a little bit of pressure for a long period of time. And the ones that do that latter one are very difficult to differentiate from damage dealers, but I think like generally tanks are just better at applying more consistent pressure and holding that pressure for longer periods of time, or a lot more. Like damage dealers generally they can't handle a lot of attention or a lot of pressure for very long without dying. Whereas a tank that's doing their job can maintain attention and maintain pressure for long windows of time. So for damage, it's about applying consistent pressure, but with more lethality, I guess would be the way to look at it. Tank has a lot of pressure that may or may not be exactly correlated with lethality. So tanks apply pressure for longer. Damage dealers apply pressure with a lot more threat, a lot more lethality. Support's easy. Support just enables whatever while also applying direct pressure themselves. Supports generally just have more jobs to do. Like they have multiple things they can be doing, but they can also just apply direct pressure like a DPS. Like if you think of the difference between Reinhardt and Tracer, what's the difference? Rein applies presence, right? I think the thing that makes tank different maybe is their ability to survive on the objective. Their ability to survive is useful because of the objective. If it was just a deathmatch, then with no cart or no point, then you would just run another damage. But the ability to kind of absorb attention for longer periods of time means that you're able to control areas around cap points, push cart, force cart, and so on. Ah, rip. No, it's not on your own. One sec. We're back, I guess. I've always looked at tanks as being a lot more more of a psychological role than anything else. Because what's the difference between Winston diving high ground and Widowmaker controlling a sightline on high ground? Both are controlling and applying pressure and controlling that space, but the difference is with Winston forces your attention immediately. Forces your attention immediately. So, anyway.
Members of our team should be doing. Starting with the tank. They're meant to take in enemy attention and protect the team, but how it's done overall will depend on the tank in question, but there's always one thing it comes back to: space. A tank creates and holds space, space being something as arbitrarily measured as Africa's borders when France and England arrived uninvited. For the uninitiated, it's just like the center of the board in a game of chess, or how far away you are from the corner in a fighting game. Space you control is just an area, harder for enemies to access, that gives you some advantage. But don't let this make you think that more space is better. There's good space.
I mean, I guess. I feel like I need to put some more time into explaining this clearer, because I think, like, it's not about the middle of the board. It's about what areas of the board are valuable for you and then dominating those positions. Like, if you look at the situation right here.
France and England arrived uninvited. For the uninitiated, it's just like the center of the board in a game.
But if you're playing Winston, you're going to be here. Or if you're playing Ball, you're going to be here. It's basically tanks need to take their space or take their position and dominate that position. You know,
chess, or how far away you are from the corner in a fighting game. Space you control is just an area, harder for enemies to access, that gives
Happy
you some
birthday,
advantage.
Queenie!
But don't let this make you think that more space
Happy
is better.
21st.
There's good space and bad space to hold.
You look
and
as
I'll be
lovely
here
as
far
ever.
longer than I need to if I keep going. So
And you're
TLDR,
twice as
things like
intelligent.
high ground or natural cover are good space, while right in front of your spawn is bad space.
But it's not. It's not bad space. It depends on where your team wants to fight and then taking space accordingly. You know what I'm saying? Happy birthday, Queenie. We're very happy that you're here,
really easy
and
to
you're
push a
great.
tracer,
You're
or
lovely.
really mostly any DPS
25th?
around. It's
Nice.
much harder to push a
I'm
tank
so much
that has
older
an
than you.
appropriately sized ego for
You're
their
so
hero's
young.
capabilities.
Yeah.
There's a lot more nuance to it, so if you want to learn more, go watch the Spylo video. The tank being the resident stack of HP with damage
Rip.
mitigation makes them harder to kill and push back on, thus allowing them to take space for the team to act more freely the easiest. I mean, what would you rather walk towards? A nice empty space? Or the Fourth Reich? If we look at supports, the expectation is that they should help the tanks hold the space by keeping the tank alive through healing. So, looking at the other two roles, one creates space, and the other...
Well, the thing that makes support, if supports only had to heal, it'd be the easiest role in the game, from like an objective standpoint, not like a hero pool standpoint. But because healing is just almost inherently easier than damaging, just like mechanically, and requires a lot less nuance. However, the fact that you have to wiggle in damage and healing means that a lot of support heroes, from a skill ceiling perspective, have like equal to damage, most damage heroes, if not even higher.
Assists in keeping that space held. So what the DPS...
Now, whether the role is boosted or not is completely unrelated to like the skill ceiling of the characters.
Do. Based on this example and what happens in 9 to 5 elo, they use the space given to them to pressure the enemy through damage, staying in range of the tank's protection and the support's healing. Now, what if I were to tell you that this whole example of expectation is wrong? Sort of. Let me explain. Let me just serve up my main point already. DPS is more than damage. The job of a DPS is more than just killing people, and I would argue it...
Well, see, so there's only like some... Amari, get down! Get down! What are you doing? No. Like, there's only so many things that a character can do, right? There's utility, or there's damage, there's healing, there's mitigation, and then there's like utility, you know what I'm saying? Like damage, mitigation, healing, utility, right? So it's like, when we talk about like what can a damage dealer do, I don't mind characters that blur the lines. I don't mind characters that can like damage dealers that can bring a little bit of support to the table, although that probably would make them support. I think really, if you think about it, the only thing that would really define the difference between a support and a damage dealer is that I think supports need to arbitrarily just do healing. I think that you can't have I don't think you can have a support that doesn't heal, and I don't think you should have a damage dealer that has a readily available team heal necessarily, because that should just be a support. They're also really different, but I don't think that they need to be different, right? I think people freaked out over Jetpack Cat ult because it's not a support ult, but it's like, why? Why does it have to be a support ult? Jetpack Cat heals. That's it. And don't say Soldier 76 frick off. That's like such an unbelievable niche, terrible use case of that ability, right? So for me, it's like, I think like when we say that damage dealers can't have utility, that should be safe for support. I think that's stupid. I think tanks need mitigation, damage dealers need some form of consistent output of pressure, and then supports need some form of healing. And that's it. Like beyond that, however we want to, how much mitigation should a damage dealer have mitigation? Sure. Should a tank have a little bit of healing for their team? Yeah, okay. Should a healer have damage? Sure. Bend the rules, you know? Pre-Rollock arbitrary healing wasn't necessarily defining for a support, but it kind of was. It kind of was. Like, we have, sure, I guess, but whenever you ran Symmetra, back in the day, I remember people would run Symmetra, it sucked to run one healer. And that's why people would call it healer. They'd say, because ultimately that's what Symmetra was not a support. Symmetra was a support in the same way that any other hero is a support, right? The most support that Symmetra did, Esper, think of the sub, the most support that Symmetra did was the shield generator. Now, once you got shield generator, then we can talk a little bit. Then that felt a lot more support oriented based off of my arbitrary metric. But like, that's the reason why we call it support, is because we're trying to differentiate it from other games where healers only heal. But yeah, if you want to call it healers, sure, be my guest. You know what I'm saying? Be my guest. Just hog with the breather, make them a support too. But that's something that evolves late in the game, is highly situational and not very consistent with the way that the game is played. I'm talking about consistent form of healing, even if it's not a lot. Like, let me give you guys an example. If they gave Symmetra turrets with you, the turrets, where you had the option of providing healing with your turrets from base kit, day one, you lock in, you can place a healing, that's probably should be placed in support category. Right there. Right there. Because that's a base kit addition of healing. And I think that's... I mean, let's face it, guys. Healing is necessary in Overwatch a lot of times. Now, not very much healing is usually necessary, but yeah. It's called healing piling. Yeah, I mean, yeah, basically. So anyway, long story short, I think bending the rules with what you can do with different roles is absolutely fine. Totally fine. And it also makes the game a lot more fun, I think, too. because it's like it interprets different playstyles. And I know Ralph's take on that is that I think 5v5 compresses those roles. Like everything has to be a duelist now. And I understand that that's probably partially true in terms of how space is utilized in 5v5 compared to 66, but I don't think that that's a complete restriction on 5v5 design space. I just think that the design space has just been a lot less interesting as we've moved forward. I think it's just a lot less interesting since we move forward. Like our utility has been a lot less unique and interesting. And characters like Lifeweaver, which had potential for some unique repositioning utility, have been left underbaked and just kind of left behind. And then there's obvious examples like Kiriko, which are just like damage heal bots with, I guess, the utility aspects of their kit being incredibly underbaked or just really boring.
Let me just serve up my main point already. DPS is more than damage. The job of a DPS is more than just killing people, and I would argue it performs a job closer to the hybrid.
Well, the reason why it's different is, just to clean up my point, is because every character's job is to do damage. And so DPS does more direct pressure, sure, but like, yeah, they can do everything else. Like everything contributes to space as well.
But not in the immediate way you may expect. We'll start with the buzzword of the evening, space. As I've already said, a tank's job is to create and hold space, but this doesn't fall explicitly on the tank. Think to yourself, if a tank is typically the front line and support the back line, what would DPS be? If you said something along the lines of front, mid, or back line themselves, you wouldn't be right, but you wouldn't be wrong either. Within a hero shooter, the character you play certainly dictates your position. If I see a Widowmaker charging down a Roadhog with her SMG, I will have more questions than answers. But to get back to it, a DPS's positioning is generally the most variable. Sometimes you should flank, a lot of the time you should take a separate angle, and sometimes you should stick with a team to strengthen a charge. All of these positions aid in creating and taking space for the team. A flank allows you to set up a pincer, taking on the enemy from both sides. Naturally, this comes with the benefit of the enemy needing to split their attention to deal with both parties, but the big thing is how it morphs the space held by both teams. For a simple example, in a frontal assault on both sides, space is essentially a straight line down the middle. With a flank setup, you now control the space where the rest of your team stands, but you've also taken space away from behind the enemy, giving them less safe maneuverability. An off angle achieves a similar effect, though with it you're generally in closer proximity to your team to receive aid if you need it. Having multiple angles on the enemy naturally creates space as they have less safe ground to work with. They need to cover multiple angles from which they are receiving pressure, and all of this has been without the DPS even dealing significant damage yet. The threat of the position is enough. And please don't get the idea into your head that your character restricts your options. It's not only your Genjis, your Spider-Mans, or your Skys who can flank and take angles. Anyone can. And that is where I believe the skill of knowing when to break the rules is what highlights good players. A Mei should rarely find herself in the enemy backline. She tends to excel at charging forward with a brawl tank, cutting off the enemy frontline from their backline support. But who's to say there aren't moments where the reverse is viable? Expectation is a tool to be weaponized. No one expects a Mei to single them off when they're in the back, because it's unexpected. You catch them off guard and you can make a play off of it, one even more powerful when you have your ult. Breaking the rules we came up with on how the game is meant to be played is how you gain an advantage, but I need to stress that knowing when and how to do this is the most important.
I don't know much about chess, but I imagine chess is similar. It's not about breaking the rules. You actually stick to the rules. It's about recognizing how the rules interpreted in an unusual circumstance. If I said always prioritize controlling your space, controlling your angle with the hero that you're playing, that's a pretty clear rule. But how to use that in each situation is the challenge, right? And so in like a chess perspective, Amari, get the frick down. No. Like, I imagine, like, the whole definition of rules is that they're accurate. That's the thing that you should do. The problem comes down to sometimes what is the correct interpretation of the rule is the challenge, and that's where skill comes involved. You know what I'm saying? Like, in chess, like, you always do this, but the real fundamental is that you should be doing this instead, and you have to be able to understand the chessboard's current situation to know what the correct play is. It's not about breaking the rules necessarily, although that's an easy way of, like, that's a pop culture way of phrasing it. It's more about, well, how is the rule interpreted in the situation, actually?
Part. You can't just start running it down in the backline if your team isn't in a position to respond. The goal is to create space.
And it's less about what your team is in a position to respond exactly, more about, well, what is the map, what is the composition, what's the situation.
But the space that an individual holds means nothing until it becomes space that the team can take advantage of. Now, you also have to consider that expectation is going to change depending on the skill of your opponents. rule breaking, as I've been putting it, will be different depending on what the perceived rules are. In the first place, you should always aim for smart off angles and flanks, but knowing when to take an odd one will change. For example, in the depths of bronze, filled with new players who don't know what they're doing, no matter what you do, the odds of them expecting it are low. I can't speak for everyone, but when I first started playing Overwatch, this was perceived as the optimal spot to hold a defense on Gibraltar by everyone I played with. This stuff will only start working when players have functioning brains and dysfunctional bank accounts. If we go higher, say Masters, a Freya hopping across the Iconwald rooftops to get a pick is completely unexpected, as players are used to her sitting in the back and poking like a sniper. Getting back to the role of DPS though, while a tank will apply pressure and achieve space through their sheer presence, a DPS does the same job, just differently. You apply pressure and help get space with your damage, and through space you can get...
The difference between damage and tank is like this right here. If I'm a diva in this situation or a roadhog in this situation, I can maintain presence here without any support for a relatively long time, right? Or if I'm a Winston here, I could apply a lot of threat here, a lot of threat without real risk to my life for a long time. For a damage dealer, you can apply a lot of threat here, but it's done at the risk of your life. Or you're a nagging presence, but you're not able to do it. You don't really own the space. Like, you can be easily cleared and easily dealt with. The difference between tank and damage dealers is that tank is essentially wherever tank is, you are not a problem that is quickly or easily dealt with. Whereas damage dealers can be, usually. Like, the rule is that, like, tanks generally win their angles, they win their lanes over a brief windows of time. You understand what I'm saying? When there's a Rhine on a choke, you can get rid of him eventually, and he might be a drag on his supports, but you can't get rid of him quickly. You can't get rid of him quickly. So the difference between tank and damage is that tanks, the space that tanks control, is difficult to dislodge quickly. That's essentially it.
And thus the objective. Your job as a DPS isn't just to kill everything you see or deal insane damage. It's to apply pressure to take space and force progress through your damage, which then opens up the possibility to take kills and, more notably, the objective. Hero shooters don't require people to be dead. It's not a Call of Duty deathmatch. It's certainly...
Also, some pro-level chess players just try to rush a board state/sequence that is far less common, though the bomb cloud...
Right, so that's more of a tactical approach, right? They're going for a suboptimal approach in order to find an advantage. They're not trying to play the odds. Yes. Cheers, Queenie. Sleep well.
Easier if enemies aren't breathing, but get the idea of chasing kills out of your head. If you feel like you can't make any progress and you're sitting in a choke firing back at the enemy tank in war of attrition, take a new approach, even if it's one that lessens the damage you deal. Stats can be misleading. Someone could be pumping a tank full of lead, and since their numbers are high, no one bats an eye. But they're doing nothing to achieve space for the team. That tank can take shelter with natural cover. They probably have some amount of damage mitigation, and they are absolutely receiving the majority of the healing. The space line isn't being pushed, it's barely in a tug of war. Allow me to use an example from my own time playing Overwatch competitively. I'm a DPS main. My peak was only Masters, not insanely good, but better than most. Overwatch was my first shooter, and while my mechanics are quite good now, when I was learning, my sensitivity was 20 with 18,000 DPI. My gameplay could probably give an epileptic patient a seizure with how fast my camera moved. While I said...
No way it's 18,000 DPI. Is that even possible? 18,000? Does he mean 1,800? Because 20 with 1,800 is insanely high. Let me give you guys an example. I can't, but you can literally do it right now. That's 360,000. Dude, literally, like, there's no way that it could be that high. There's no way. 360,000. There's no way. You could literally do over 100 360s with one mouse pad. There's just no way. Like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, there's no way. Maybe even 1,800 DPI? Because that would be 36,000, which is still insanely high.
I play on 40 to 60% at 400p.
Yeah, but that's Brax. That's 5% of the sensitivity that he was running. Do you understand? So you're like, that's really high, but that's 5% of what he was running. You understand? So you're like, oh, but I'd run a crazy sensitivity. You're not even sniffing his shoes, man. You understand what I'm saying? That has to be a miscalculation. That has to be a typo.
Build on playing multiple roles to climb, I always gravitated towards...
Like, can I even do that? Hang on a second. I actually... Can I even... I honestly am like, I'm concerned that I might not be able to control my mouse if I do that. Let's try it. Logitech, what's the highest DPI that I can go here? So I can't... Oh, I can... Oh, chat, we have a problem. Okay. Okay, so he said 16,000, right? Or, no, 18,000, right? 1, 2, 3. Okay. We are at 18,000 DPI. I'm launching Overwatch. And he said 20, right? 18,000 DPI. Now this is, I'm already like, my mouse is all over the place right now. There's no way, man. He probably meant 18,000 eDPI. I think he must have meant 1,800 DPI. So this is where my current sensitivity is. Right? And now we're going to increase that 10 times. Freaking lethal. Okay. Dude, there's no way. Like, maybe he did. Like, do you see how bad this is? Guys, I literally can't. I'm literally, like, I'm not even moving my fingertips right now. I can do a full 360 without even moving my fingers. You guys ready for some ocular pain? Like, it's actually, yeah, you could literally do, I think you can literally do almost 100 360s. 30,000 eDPI or more? How about 360,000? How about 360,000 DPI, since Stefano? Yeah, chat, it's so high that even when I'm standing still, trying to keep my hand still, it's still moving. You see that? It's like, it literally is, it's moving with my heartbeat. Like, you can't play the game like this. Like, I can't even turn my camera.
Let me take a look.
I think I can actually be safe to crank this to 100, because if I go to options, I think it turns the DPI off. Yeah, I think I'm okay. Dude, the pixel skipping is so bad. Oh my days. We've unlocked the stratosphere, guys. You are now looking at... Is this 1.8 million? Yeah, it's 1.8 million.
This will just take a moment.
Minor perk unlocked.
You could do 500 360s with my mouse pad. Look at that. Look. Okay, so I want you guys to look at this here. Look at this line on this wall here. Do you see that pixel skipping? I literally can't be more precise than that. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna crank it up. 44,000 EDPI. We're getting it, boys! We're going higher! Ah! This is the highest my mouse can do. 2.5 times higher. Ah! Ha! Ha! I can't control my mouse! I can't control my mouse. It's gone. It's officially gone. I literally cannot control my mouse. It is now moving with my heartbeat. I cannot control my mouse. I cannot control my bladder, and I cannot control my mouse. I just did a 360 by breathing. We are now at over 1,000 360s on one mouse pad. Clicking the button has a tangible impact on my crosshair placement. Let go of the mouse and blow on it? Okay, yeah, sure. If I can even center my crosshair here. I literally cannot center my crosshair here. I can't. Okay, that's lucky, okay? Okay, we might have contained it. It's moving on its own. Hi! Hi! Boom! Boom! Hi! 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 Wait, now it's not moving at all. Now, the real question is, am I stuck? Okay. Hang on. No, I'm good. I'm still tabbed into the DPI control. Okay, we're back down to 1600. Now it's just a ridiculously high sense. We're good. We're good. We're good. Oh, gosh. Oh! Moving in slow motion. Oh. Wow. That's crazy. So, lesson learned here. I think he added a 0. I just don't see how it was possible. And I've never heard of anybody playing with sensitivity even a third of that. Like, I think, like, if I was saying the highest he's ever heard is 100,000. I think the highest that I've seen is like 80,000 EDPI. So
DPS, and though my
but thank you, Pixel, for that side mission.
Weren't good, the heroes I played always gave me an edge. Genji, Hanzo, Pharah. These were my top 3, and my positioning on them is what let me climb. I did not have good aim, but I reached Diamond within months of starting, and Masters a good year after, because life can hit like a truck. The reason I rose to Diamond so quickly, despite having none of what people say DPS needs in good aim, was because I held awkward positions for enemies. I would aim to be on their side or behind them as Pharah, holding annoying high grounds on Hanzo, or just using hit and run tactics on Genji, with my only reason for all of them just being that I died less in these positions and killed more. I didn't actually know the benefit it was bringing in terms of space or pressure or any of the buzzwords that I know now. I am proof that a DPS is meant to help the team make progress through space. Or am I? I am, but there's more to it still. A DPS is still meant to be the person who helps the team, which can be done through pressure and space, but this stuff isn't meant to be alone in a vacuum. There'll be moments where the enemy is taking an off angle onto your backline, or maybe they're going for a hard flank. A term you'll be familiar with if you played a lot of team games is peeling, running back to your team to stop the enemy from killing them. In Overwatch 1, this was commonly seen as the job of the off tank or even just the other support. The main tank could hold their own on the front line.
Oh, this will be interesting. You don't peel in Overwatch unless you have an ability that can help from range without compromising your setup, or your angle isn't providing any value at all anymore.
For a moment, so they could afford the time to run back and help. Within 5v5, this job, which was already the responsibility of DPS anyways, falls on them even more so. Not only is DPS the spear to help initiate fights and corner the enemy, but it's also the shield that stops their plans and keeps your own team alive.
Peeling is marking is peeling. Peeling is marking.
I mean, certainly,
don't go backwards.
Cassidy is going to be a lot better at shutting down the Tracer hunting your Ana than Tracer herself would be. But even the knowledge that 2 pairs of
Listen.
better at shutting down the Tracer hunting where it isn't character dependent. I mean, certainly, Cassidy is going to be a lot better at shutting down the Tracer hunting your Ana than Tracer herself would be.
Not true.
But
Tracer's the best anti-dive character in the game. Map situational, but consistently the most anti-dive character in the game. There are situations where Torb can be better. Certain maps where Torb can be better. It might just be Torb Tracer. It might be Torb Tracer. Is there any other elite marking DPS? May situationally, but less so. Any verticality May is not going to mark very well. Maybe Sem. Yeah. Yeah. May just doesn't have the verticality, and yeah, May stages too slowly. But yeah, Tracer, Torb are definitely the best because they have that perfect mixture of both poke, sustain, or sustained. Well, Tracer has really good sustain and really good movement, so she can take any angle she wants and duel anybody. Torb doesn't have that level of mobility, but Torb has crazy sustain, good poke, and a separate angle with turret that makes it really hard for Tracer to stage. Well, yeah, true, Sarah, but from a ranked play perspective, I think Sim is still really good at controlling space.
even the knowledge that 2 pairs of eyes are on you as you try go for
Sim
a
may
team to take advantage of can
B
be
tier,
enough.
Torb Tracer A tier. Cass is probably like B or C tier, depending on the situation. Cass can be good if the map is really broad. Like, Cass is really fine. He's not bad at all. It's just there are certain situations where Cass is like definitely not the best and not even close. And there's some situations where Cass is actively a hindrance versus dive because he's too fragile and doesn't have good poke angles.
To keep that end.
Junkrat can mark okay, but he's super map situational with marking. Super map situational.
The role of a damage dealer is doing damage is common thinking, but in my opinion, the role of the damage dealer is supporting the team through damage. Or more bluntly put, the goal is to win, and you win by doing damage. But that doesn't mean that damage is the goal. Winning can be the fight, the point, or even just forcing a cooldown. And you do that.
I think the game becomes a lot simpler when you understand that the game is just space and timing. That's basically it. And then mechanics from those positions. And then you don't have to worry about like what my role is. Just take your angle that's good for your hero and then just do your thing. That's it. And then what's the difference between tank and damage? We could sit here and explain, like I said, tanks are harder to dislodge, have stronger burst cycles generally, but it doesn't even matter if you understand the difference. Just take the space that your hero likes and then just do your thing.
Through the threat of your damage. Yes, a dead Kiriko is always referred to an alive one, but think about it. In your games, what are the most annoying types of enemies to deal with? The flies. A Tracer or Genji who keeps bouncing in and out of your backline, threatening to kill you with their damage, but never securing that final blow, because you're lucky enough to have had Suzu thrown your way, and now you've fallen right into their trap. Forcing a cooldown, or maybe even an ultimate to be used because not using it results in a kill, can oftentimes be just as effective as the kill itself. There's no reason to chase down this Kiriko who just wasted Suzu, so join up with your team because your Junker Queen can now ult without it getting cleansed immediately, and now you've gotten the full team wipe because your damage threatened and forced their resources. Your goal wasn't to shoot, you just had to achieve it through shooting. A phrase you may be familiar with is that the threat of something can often be more threatening than the actual thing. In Overwatch, this can apply to a lot, but the most common one is Sombra EMP, but I said we'll get back to her in a moment, so let's look at Widow instead. The threat of Widow's one-shot forces you to take safer, potentially longer approaches because the space that she...
You see, the difference between tank and damage is kind of demonstrated right here. What's more threatening, a Sigma controlling this high ground or a Widow controlling this high ground? Which one's easier to deal with? Do you kind of see what I'm saying? It's not like perfect, but you guys understand what I'm saying? Widow's usually more threatening, but Widow's also a little bit easier to deal with, generally. She's just, if you can gap close on her, which is a lot of what tanks do, which is gap closing, then you can pretty much easily remove her. But a Sigma, it's impossible to remove this from this position right now. impossible to deal with. That's the difference between tank and damage. Damage is way better at taking open and punishing from open space, or space that is not contested by tanks. Whereas tanks are, this is why the whole 66 argument of like, oh, you know, the super tanks, like, oh, 66, you could kill tanks. You could outpoke tanks easier, sure. But in 66, you could not beat tanks in proximity as a damage dealer. And if you did, it was because you massively outplayed them or you used an ultimate. There were some heroes that could, but it doesn't matter what the tank was or what the damage dealer was. Almost without exception, in proximity, tanks are just harder to dislodge, whether it's 66 or 5v5. It's just how the game is supposed to work. Otherwise, there's no differentiation between tank and damage unless you're a plat player that thinks that protecting your team is your job. So right now, whether it's 5v5 or 6v6, this Sigma is difficult to dislodge without utilizing another tank. Or if you do put a damage dealer to clear that tank, whether it's 5v5 or 6v6, it's going to take some time. Because one of the nuances of tank versus damage is that tanks lose pocketed trades usually. Do you understand what I'm saying? So because tanks have larger health pools, they provide more upfront value, but their mitigation is mitigated by being easier to shoot. And so if I take a pocketed Cassidy fighting a pocketed Winston, if the Cassidy doesn't die within the first few seconds, the Cassidy wins that duel every time. As Tracer with a Harmony or Discord wins every time the longer that fight goes. Every time wins the longer the fight goes. And so tanks often can't maintain their uptime forever versus damage dealers. Just having a smaller health pool means that healing is a lot more effective on you. So, yeah.
Commands is stronger than anything else. The Widow may not even have the best mechanics. For all you know, they could be a magazine with all the body shots that they hit, but the fact that you could get one shot from halfway across the map is enough to change how you interact with the game. Damaging without purpose is just wasteful. You charge enemy ultimates, giving them free resources. It's damaging with intention and knowing the utility that damage can bring, which gives DPS depth. Thinking that your job is to do damage is actively making the game harder for you. All you're achieving by rolling your face over the keyboard into the enemy road dog is more ult charge for the enemy. And I've just been talking about Overwatch. Damaging enemies for no reason in a game like Marvel Rivals, where support ultimates are actually the Dota 2 pause button reincarnated, is actively what loses games. I've always personally viewed DPS as the most flexible role. You get the most choices in your gameplay, which is why I enjoy it so much. So part of why I say and believe
there's the most flexibility in terms of positional variety, for sure. I think a lot of supports are more pokey oriented than brawly oriented, and I think the large majority of tanks are more brawly oriented rather than pokey oriented, just based off of the parameters of the role. So that's true.
Believe in all of this is just because it's how I like to play the game. Your positioning is team dependent yet free. If you think your team just can't deal with an enemy that's focused on them, you can be the person that takes that focus away, potentially letting them get the edge in. Something about the unexpected nature of the
Think more accurately, a smaller hitbox makes healing more effective in you, not a smaller health pool. That's what I meant. That's what I meant. It's a larger percentage of your health pool that is calculated appropriately because of your smaller hitbox. Do you notice that the smaller the hero, the smaller the health pool? It's not just a lore appropriate thing. It's because the smaller the hitbox increases your increases your survivability, so you shouldn't have a larger health pool. That's what I meant. That's what I meant. Sorry. It's like having armor effectively. It's like why Kiriko can feel a lot harder to kill than a lot of other heroes, even though she's only 225. It's just because her hitbox and her strafe patterns are just effective survivability. It's why Vendetta, one of the biggest nerfs that they did in Vendetta, was reducing her rage meter, her speed meter, which meant that she moved a lot slower as she was hitting you, which meant she was easier to shoot.
Role is what keeps me attached. People sell the role as a killing machine, when in actuality it's a pressure tool. Obviously, they output the highest damage, but high damage is the biggest and easiest way to force opponents to change what they're doing, or they die trying. I've already stated how DPS is meant to help the tank in the goal of taking space, effectively meaning tank and DPS share the same job, and support players don't you think you guys aren't meant to do this either. But I would argue it doesn't end there, and that DPS shares another role with support as well. I've already mentioned healing to protect the team, but like space, that is realistically a team-wide job. So what do they share? Pop quiz, what's a support's job?
Healing?
Heal.
Obviously, the common job supports hold and hero shooter.
It is though. It's damage and healing. It's healing and pressure, healing and utility. It's everything.
Is outputting.
But what makes supports unique to the other role is indeed healing. So damage support not healer, which by the way, I freaking said first, but it's because of you heal. And then if you're a well-designed support, you also have utility.
Healing in some capacity. We're getting there. But I would argue the real role is one of two things. Providing team utility, whether it's buffs or protecting the team and keeping them alive, generally done through healing, but also possible through other methods.
Right, sometimes healing is the highest amount of pressure, but damage dealers don't have that choice, which is why damage as a role is simpler. Haha, 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 conceptually.
Such as bonus HP, temporary invulnerability, really whatever the Dark Lord hits. The alternative option is enemy disruption, think crowd control or debuffs. We've already reached the end of the metaphorical discussion, so now it's time to get messy. I love utility DPS. The more Overwatch I play, specifically ranked in more recent seasons, the more and more I start to love Mei. Previously playing her in Overwatch 1 scrim environments is what made me love her, but it's only grown and it's all because of Wall. Before Hazard or Lifeweaver, Mei was the only character in Overwatch capable of creating terrain, and of the bunch, I think she still has the best for isolation. I said it earlier on, but walling off a stray target and killing them before their team can help is a sadistic joy of mine. Mei also has what is probably the strongest slow in the game in terms of its uptime thanks to her primary fire, an extremely fun secondary fire that's actually quite threatening both its range and damage, giving her that traditional space creation from the damage side, and with her ult being a zone that freezes enemies caught in it, she's perfect at actually controlling space, especially the point, no matter the game mode. But all of this being said, even though Mei is by far my favorite utility DPS, and in all the games I play, I would argue the best, that doesn't actually mean she's good. Let's start simple. Ice Block is just awkward. I'm not gonna act like it hasn't saved my ass. There are so many overtime situations where the healing has gotten me my ult and let me get back the point, but that's also my problem. Full invincibility is a strange mechanic to balance, and a hard one at that, but Ice Block meets some requirements of it in theory. Mei can't fight back against you if she's in Ice Block. She can't even move, let alone shoot. So if she times it badly, she could be left isolated for the enemies to easily kill. So in concept, it's not too bad, but an easy fix for Mei to keep pressure up in this low pressure mode is to wall off the enemy, place down Blizzard if she has it, and if she was going to die, Ice Block saves her, while enemies get frozen and killed. It's an ability that removes interaction for enemies. Sure, if you use it badly, it could get you killed, but in that case, just don't use it badly. I also find it to be at odds with her kit. For a character all about taking space and quickly turning enemy space into your own, having an ability where you forfeit your options to take advantage of that space seems backwards. And I haven't even mentioned the elephant in the room, freeze. I will say I think Mei ult freezing you is perfectly fine. There's time to react, the projectile can be stopped, and a multitude of ways to save allies caught in it exist. What I don't think is fine is her primary fire freezing. In Overwatch 1, Mei's primary fire would freeze after being held long enough, with Overwatch 2 doing away with most hard CC, freeze left in place of a stronger slow, a change which I am all for. I definitely love being the most evil person on the planet, walling off the enemy tank and freezing them so they can't even protect themselves and lose half their HP for daring to overstep, but I'll also be the first to say, that's not really the most fun to play against, lads. However, a few months ago, Mei got a perk which brought freeze back, and if anything, it's worse.
We're back on the freeze.
Her slow is stronger than the previous iteration, making it even harder to escape her. Utility DPS are nearly never made well. They always have some type of issue in their design, which either makes them weak, problematic, or just a little boring. More aptly put, uninteractive. With Mei, she certainly isn't weak, but Freeze and Ice Block will always put her into that uninteractive camp. Her slow, wall, and blizzard are fantastic team utility, which I will always defend, but Ice Block adds very little, and her Cryostorm perk takes away the one weakness that it's meant to have. If you take Deep Freeze over Cryostorm, having a stun be that frequent just is not that healthy, especially in a game which aims to remove a lot of its
I get it.
While I still think that Mei is a rare utility,
I'm just letting it play
that
for
provides
once.
value to the team in both her utility and her damage potential, allowing her to fill multiple roles as a DPS, that doesn't mean it's done perfectly. She's a great example of how even when a utility-oriented damage dealer can do well, a lot of the time they just aren't built well. Or in some cases, they just aren't received well. Ah, lads, that's too much water. Sombra and Symmetra. Some of you may remember that I spoke about these two in their own videos over a year ago. Now, I'm not that proud of these videos. I raised some good points, but the quality just isn't up to my current standards. However, this time I've had a lot of new thoughts to sort out, especially about Sombra, who's getting another rework at some point within the next decade, but let's start with Sim. Alright, old Sim was a support. She had no healing, barely any shielding depending on the version, and the protection she offered against flankers came from 6 1 HP turrets that hated to see a diva coming so much that at least one of them turned misogynistic. The best use ult Sim had was her ultimate, teleporter, or shield generator, but this ult would tend to struggle outside of 2CP game modes, and her crippling lack of range, combined with the lack of tools to make up for this weakness, meant that even if her damage could be strong after ramping up, Ult Sim is an easy case of a utility, not yet, character who had issues in her reception due to her lack of strength.
Dude, look how slow those orbs are.
But the big thing was that she didn't do any healing. For that matter, she actually did no healing. This was at a time when there was no passive healing, and a Mercy being on the team drastically increased survivability. So one team having a Mercy for support while the other had a Symmetra, even if it were to be her iteration where she gave shields outside of her ultimate, it just wasn't going to keep up. So very few players liked having a Sim on their team because she just didn't provide enough, whether it was damage, utility, or healing, which led to her getting reworked into a DPS, instilling more damage into her kit. This is the most common and saddest route that you will see. Now, I will be honest, I know that Sim was labeled as a support who then got reworked into a DPS, but lads, let's be so for real for a moment, she was always a DPS leading design, even though it was unintentional at first. No iteration of support Symmetra actually had enough utility to be genuinely considered a support if her ult wasn't active. A shield which automatically moves forward.
Either they're fuming over that, but you're 100% right. Based off of our metric,
temporary shields to give to allies, and a slow on short-range turrets that explode when the wind changes isn't enough to actually help the team. It's reactionary. You could not be proactive with her tools. And when her ult was up, its strength heavily depended on the map you were playing on. If we wanted a real support Sim, so much of that old variant would have to be reworked to the point of nearly being a different character, though I won't act like I wouldn't want to see that in action. To get back on track, let's look at a different game with Marvel Rivals and Storm. The first version of Storm sucked. As a DPS, she didn't bring enough damage to the table to pose a threat to create space. Remember, damage isn't the purpose of the role, but it is how it helps the team. Also, as a supportive DPS, she didn't bring enough support either. Her aura used to only give allies half the boost she received, giving them 8% bonus move speed and an 8% damage boost, depending on the one chosen. Now, in fairness, an 8% damage boost that's always active, not too bad at all, but move speed only being 8%, sure, her amped up version brings it to 20% for allies, but that's still not enough of a reason for it to be used as team utility. Storm would just keep that aura boost for herself for mid-duel advantage rather than pre-fight support. There's also an anti-synergy within aura, being that Storm is a flying character and her aura is a sphere, meaning that despite how she wants to be high enough in the air to get better angles for her primary fire, it means that her team gets less of a benefit from the aura because the range gets smaller. So we have a character whose damage is too low for her to apply meaningful pressure by herself, and whose team support is at odds with itself and also not that impactful in the first place. This is another common issue that a utility DPS faces. Finding a nice balance between damage and utility is something I have rarely seen done well. And when a character is weak because of this, most of the time one simple change is made. The damage gets cranked up, sometimes even at the cost of the utility. We see this within Sim's rework, though I will stand by the fact that her utility is actually stronger now, it's just that there's less of it across her kit, but I digress. With Storm, they took it to heart, and ramped up her damage in the next patch to the point where she became the strongest DPS in the game, and her Tornado ran through all of my points and the title because oh my god, that was too much damage. Now, in my own opinion, I don't think creating a DPS who has strong utility while still having threatening enough damage is hard. I mean, to stick with Storm, I simply think making Aura a cylinder in its ally effects, alongside some slight number tweaking, would have been enough to give her a boost in terms of her team support, but often if the first attempt fails and the general public perceives them as being weak due to having low damage, the pedal gets slammed down and the character gets nearly all of their power shifted over to having higher damage numbers, homogenizing them with the cast. Or their utility stays the exact same, only their damage output is way higher and they just become borderline broken. The case of a character becoming way too strong while keeping their utility is pretty rare though, from what I have seen. At the very least, I only know of Storm. Either way, the notable thing isn't the aftermath of the character's strength. They could be stronger, weaker, whatever afterwards. One thing nearly never changes, which is the impression. A phrase you'll often hear in real life is that first impressions are important, but this is also true in games. Even though Cyberpunk 2077 is fixed and functioning now, there are still people who don't want to try the game or think it's still bad, all because of the botched launch. Even though the PS3 pulled a huge comeback in the final years of its life, people still think the Xbox 360 won that generation because that launch price was ridiculous. Even though Brig is nothing close to her release version and has been fully reworked since, there are still people who act that she's the most broken character in the game. Somber Hate is...
Don't say it, because you're not right. I think Somber Hate is definitely overforced a little bit, but this character is just a really annoying assassin now. It's not about hack anymore.
Ridiculous, overblown, and born from both a lack of skill and a lack of wanting to actually engage with the video game. But it's also born from way too many bad first impressions. I'm not going to go over every version of Sombra, but just to cover the bases on...
Again, we've talked about this. Disabling abilities and being an invisible assassin is annoying. It's just the same problem with the Widowmaker, where you have almost a character that you can't always feel like you can interact with, which I agree is a skill issue. But yeah, we won't.
The elephant in the room. Original hack shut you out of your abilities for 6 seconds. It was later changed to also shut off passives. In Overwatch 2, the ability lockout was brought down to 1 second, though it could be spammed on the same target continuously, later removed. One rework had it at 1.5, and her most recent brought it back to 1. Hack has always been the problem in Sombra's kit that leaves the biggest impression. Of course it will, since it directly affects and creates frustration. Old Hack with its 6-second ability lockout, even in Overwatch 1 with an extra player to maybe stop it, was fairly ridiculous. Being locked out of your abilities for 6 seconds in a game as fast-paced as Overwatch is just flat out annoying. Even with the counterplay, nothing can undo how frustrating it is. And this is where a lot of Sombra hate is born from. That original CC potential is just driving people wild. The first impression was annoying to play against, and many viewed her as not being worthwhile to play with, in part because her damage was so low to the point she could barely make space by herself. So she got a rework. And another, and another, and another, and another. With each rework, Sombra has been brought further away from utility and closer to Temu Tracer. In Overwatch 1, the changes were on the tamer end, but in Overwatch 2, it couldn't be more blatant. Yet despite this, the first impression of her utility was her undoing. Even though hack duration was only a second, because she could hack through invis and repeatedly on the same target, the same level of frustration was present, nearly worse as with a single tank, they generally took the brunt of it. A big thing I have always advocated for in regards to Sombra is that invis is a bigger problem than hack overall, but it's the combination of the two that brings Sombra to the peak of her frustrating potential. Don't get me started on the perk. I play a lot of games that have invisibility as a mechanic, and while Sombra does a good thing in revealing herself to enemies in close range, that doesn't change the general issue frequent invisibility has. For a side tangent, Evelynn in League of Legends has a passive where past level 6, which is quite early in the game, she will be permanently camouflaged unless she is in combat. In a game as reliant on vision and knowledge of the enemy's positions as League is, it's made her quite the problem child at various points in the game's life.
I mean, it's the same with MMOs. Any MMO I've ever played, stealth characters are super problematic. Yep.
In Overwatch, knowing the position of enemies is equally as important, with Sombra being able to hide this fact permanently at a few stages of her life is given her the combination of being able to be anywhere to then jump
Meow, another raid? I appreciate that. How are you, mate?
Before I start complaining about the general public. Hack has always been great team utility, but there's a key issue it has which causes players to think Sombra Hack is weak utility or that her damage needs to be higher because she's not doing enough, which is sort of true, but we'll get back to that. Anyway, one problem is that Sombra, like most utility DPS, but I would argue even more so, requires her team to work with her. She needs her team to engage with the game she enables. Hacking a Sigma or D.Va allows Zarya grab to be sent out
when 15 and 6 a day went from M3 and tank to GM5, M2 GPS to GM5. Yeah, I figured you'd be working hard on it, so I pulled some favors with the mob. I got your back, bro.
No concerns of being eaten, but it requires coordination on all sides.
Well done.
Especially in Overwatch 2 with the ability lockout only being a second. It can't be reacted to the same way that something like a Maywall can.
Yeah, you're welcome. You can PayPal later, don't worry. Remind me, I'll send it to you.
And charge towards upon seeing only one red person instead of 5.
I appreciate the raid bait.
Sombra Hack is certainly
I'm having a
noticeable,
fine stream, a chill stream, a quiet stream,
in order to take advantage of it, her impact is severely lessened. And the same can be said when playing against Sombra. Hack is an ability entirely blown out of proportion by negative impressions from old versions. Sombra Hack takes just slightly over a full second to complete, not counting the 0.3 seconds fading in from invisibility takes. When you see a Sombra locked in on the enemy, you should expect her to appear at a different angle around you before hacking. If she was invisible before this, you will have the time to react and shoot her. I have a below average reaction time. My average is just hanging around 300 milliseconds. But because I know Sombra is on the enemy, I'm expecting her to hack me. I can react to it and I can stop her.
That doesn't feel below average. That feels like almost geriatric, no?
Try and hack me. You could argue that you can't stop her if your abilities
are on cooldown. Maybe I'm being insulting. I honestly don't know.
But at that point, you're at a disadvantage versus any character
who engages
on you, and it's in good engagement by the Sombra.
Gotcha. Okay, never mind. I'm being insulting.
Probably wouldn't even need the hack if it weren't for the fact that Sombra's damage actually relies on hacking you, with hack at all stages of Overwatch 2 providing her with some kind of damage increase, which she actually needs to have the threat of damage we discussed earlier with the role world of DPS. Currently, virus impact damage is doubled if Sombra gets a hack off, and she gets a 20% damage buff against hacked targets, which is the only state in which her damage becomes a threat to actually play around. Someone like Tracer always...
Well, see, this is the Pixel also said, he was also saying that he had like a 360,000 EDPI, you know, I just wasn't sure if we got the numbers right, you know?
To create space. For Sombra, she needs an ability to enable herself to take the space instead of having it to start with. Sombra's Pressure has a 1-second preparation window before it can actually provide value. That same ability, which is meant to be her utility, is tied to her damage, removing the flexibility that the nature of a utility DPS is meant to provide. Sombra changes the game you're playing. You have to play on her terms no matter the team you're on, but if you step up and take her head on, you'll be in a stronger position because you actually engage with the game state. Sombra isn't liked, not just because of her stance as a utility DPS, but because she takes you out of your comfort zone if you want to take her on. She ends up with the highest ban rate and simultaneously the most wasted ban slot. The many bad impressions the community has had regarding her have been one of the driving factors in turning her into this horrific utility to enable damage hybrid. Now, in complete fairness, if a character has a 90+% ban rate and has received various reworks during their life, something is obviously off, and the negative reaction from the community needs to be taken into account. But that negative reaction is also coming from people who refuse to acknowledge the type of character that they're playing against and think that the enemy is going to play their game as if the entire lobby revolves around them and that they're the protagonist, when in reality the entire point and most fun aspect of hero shooters is how each character has their own tools and their own unique approach to the game that forces every player in the lobby to acknowledge their tools.
Which is why Flashpoint, we'll stop there, but Flashpoint, which is why noobs need to get over their hate for Flashpoint. You have to think outside of the box. What's my reaction time spell? I don't know. Last time I tested was about a year or two ago and I had like a 155, 160 average, but that was like pretty tight. That's about as good as I've scored. I'd say anywhere from 150 to 175, 170, depending on the day. But okay, I gotta pee. And then maybe we can play some quick play. Oh, we could do ranked. We could play ranked. Because the S is just not support ranked. What do you guys prefer? Tank or damage? I guess what you're saying, Sky, is true, but it's also partly true that people do like playing the game with what's comfortable. They want it to revolve around their little comfort poke slop stuff. I mean, it's objectively true with how often a lot of the majority of the players will vote for escort and hybrid and just play poke heroes, and they don't like dive heroes, period. But obviously it's an oversimplification. But I think it was also done tongue-in-cheek as well. So I don't think that that's, I mean, come on. A good faith interpretation is that, yeah, it makes a good point, but it's mostly tongue-in-cheek. Cheers, Lukugu. Sleep well, mate. Tank continues. Here, I'll do a poll. DPS, tank. Depending on what role you choose, might mean what hero I play, though. Because I think my rank is higher in damage right now. Poll's live in Twitch. Q both? Nah. We gotta have to make the meme something. You know what I'm saying? We'll do Q1 and we'll commit to the bit. You get what I'm saying? 160 is very fast. Looks like damage is gonna win. Let's go. I don't know what my rank is on damage because I'm doing placements. I was being placed in low master, high diamond lobbies, but it says predicted plat 1, so I have no freaking idea. Which means for heroes, I can play... I don't want to play Torb. No Torb. I can play Cass, but I would say no Torb, no Ashe, no Sojourner, no Widow, no Hanzo. So basically only maybe Cassidy for Sharpshooter. I don't like Onron. I don't really want to play Reaper. I can't play Tracer. I don't want to play Vendetta. No Freya. Preferably no Echo. Definitely no Sierra. No Sombra. But I'll do Bastion, Imre, Junkrat, Mei, Soldier, Symmetra, Cassidy, Genji, Venture, maybe. I don't want to do Pharah. She's kind of busted. Actually, none of the recon ones for that matter. Pharah's busted. I'm not playing Pharah. Why no Freya? I don't enjoy playing some of those characters anymore. I served my time. What are some options we should do here? Give me nominate some heroes and I'll put it in the poll. How do you find tryhard custom lobbies? Search tryhard and hope for the best. Sometimes you don't get them. Usually, they're usually EU lobbies, so rarely late at night do I find them. Genji, Junk, Sem. Could do Genji. 2 votes for Sem, so Sem. Could do Junk, maybe. Echo. Okay, it looks like Echo and Mei. Okay, I'll throw this one up. Throw those up there. Genji, Sem, Echo, Mei. Polls live. Brack's up there with another Google Doc. Hard playing Cass. Maybe. My Cass aim situationally can be okay. It's usually kind of carried by my crosshair placement, but join the lethal scrim and sub in. Who's the most handsome Overwatch player? Or, I don't know, Poco or Ben Best? Like, traditionally handsome anyway. Cheers, Hingy. Echo? You guys really want to see Echo? Alright, might mix it up, but sure. What's the deal with Team Liquid? What's going on with Team Liquid right now? Thank you, Reinhardt Justice. I appreciate it. Shetland Pony aesthetic. Kings Row, Rhine v. Rhine. Best Echo map, I think. Yeah, definitely out of the 3. Oh, right, RuPaul, yeah. I don't want to play Echo on flat maps. I think Echo is a little more map situational than many other heroes. I won't ban anybody, we'll just play it out. See what happens. I think Cassidy's more flexible than Echo. I think Emre's more flexible than Echo. I think Genji's more flexible than Echo. I think Mei close. Sem. Tracer. Not sure. I'd say Echo's kind of mid-table for flexibility, I think. Could be really challenging to play in super flat maps. Mana. Do I prefer 5v5? I prefer 5v5, but there are some heroes that I like 6v6 on. I like off-tank, the off-tank roles a lot in 6v6. Like, I don't like D.Va in 5v5, but I really like D.Va in 6v6. Just fun. Like, look at this lobby. This is a full-on Masters 5 Diamond 1 lobby. I'm gonna have to sweat a little bit here. But predicted rank Platinum, by the way. their predicted rank stuff is so goofy. Like, oh, look at you, you're climbing.
I'm always ready to learn.
Frick off, Nightbot. Holy crap.
Too much with your armor, is she? Somebody's forest is turning obsolete. That's parenthood.
I actually don't really know how to play Echo in this map, honestly. At least on first point. I've never really played Echo in this point.
Parameters for Overwatch Strike Team operations.
I'm here to support.
Maybe hold this angle here? I don't know.
I have us in and out in no time.
I won't mute for these because we're just being I need to update stream title, remind me.
My bingo. My beard is a
5, 4, quite the breeze. On the move.
Thank you.
1. Attackers in. Defend objective A.
Oh, no.
Point locked. Storing health. Scaling up.
Frick. I trolled. My bad. Maybe with turret there we can res it? No. I trolled. That was silly. I lost sight of the trace, so I just double keyed. Maybe winnable. Maybe winnable. Nice. Keep our Ana immersive. Wait, do not do that. Frick, man. Should have killed that tracer.
Cloning module charged. Restoring health systems. Advancing upwards.
I knew that was coming.
Time for the reckoning. Setting out the welcome mat. Adaptive circuits engaged.
Oh, I thought we were. My bad.
Taking the objective. Double our efforts.
Oh gosh, guys. I'm sorry. I really wanted to wait for the perk, but I didn't. Ah. And then I was like, I thought he shattered on main. Okay, just look. I don't play this character, okay? I'm doing the best I can.
Advancing upward.
Payload's on the move. Let's
Got an enemy here.
Trying, sorry guys. We're going like strictly off of macro for this one as much as we possibly can.
It's going to get interesting.
You're attacking me.
Boop. I got stuck. Did up a little just dying card here, I think. Oh, maybe. No, we died for it.
Going up.
Payload's on the move.
Good trade, good trade, good trade, good trade.
Can you feel the heat?
There's no way my lane gets out of there.
What's up?
Stop the payload from moving.
The name's Cassidy.
Hold on to that.
Ah, poop. Quick, man. There's too many mechanics going on at the same time. Maybe Echo doesn't get the pass. I don't really feel like I'm able to play in a lobby like this with this hero. I just don't have a lot of hours.
Quite the boost. On the move.
Stop the payload from moving.
Over there.
Ascending.
Greg. Getting easy here like Tracer then? Yeah.
Repositioning. My ultimate is ready. Join me.
There's one.
Nah, this hero is not real.
Engaged. Emerald.
Right. Just copy a better hero. Right. That's the strategy. Break me, man. Do I just play all or nothing here?
Bad guys. Eyes out.
Let the Kitsune guide you. Time for the reckoning. Firing on all cylinders.
Man.
Payload's moving. Someone stop that thing.
Juno needs to die. She's staggering. Oh, huge trade.
Scaling up.
What's that? Holy mackerel.
Taking flight. Quadruple kill. Over here.
Or no, she's here, I swear.
Over here. Thanks for the upgrade.
Which means now I can take this angle. And we'll try it again. Hopefully don't get free fighted like last time.
All that learning paid off.
Frick. I was kind of moving in a straight line there, but I was hoping to hit a primary fire off of that. Brick should die, Brick should die. Nice. At least we're getting our trades. All of a sudden, it's as if the map architecture got better for me.
30 seconds remaining.
I guess we do it again.
Taking flight.
Look, it's so broken, man.
Time for the reckoning.
Stop the payload.
Cloning module almost ready.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Juno.
Light scaling.
Alright, where'd she go?
Step right.
Don't clump on cart, boys! You lose gains and you clump on cart. Holy stickies, that was insane. It was just easy, like you just press the button. Okay, well, first one's gonna be a challenge.
Prepare to attack.
Select your hero.
I wasn't really happy with the Juno copy there. I think I panicked too much, but I knew we'd win it if I just didn't die, because I was like, oh my gosh, they're all dead. And I can play Juno okay. This perk is so stupid, man. Like, it rewards inaccuracy so... It doesn't reward inaccuracy, but it doesn't punish you for accuracy, you know?
I am always ready to learn.
Wait, you guys gonna give him a little bit of a... Give him the old one, too.
I aim to devastate.
Make Echo working on Echo maps, much more conservative angles, more poke focus, depending on Torb. I'm more scouting than anything else. I'm not really planning on. But maybe Orisa Torb? I like that. That's good for me. Not good for me, but it's okay for me. It's probably going to be the Tracer swapping would be my guess. So it's probably still Imre. We could try one shot.
5, 4, 3, 2,
How unfortunate for you.
attack commence.
Oh man.
Capture objective A.
Ah. Hiding his hitbox.
There's one.
I am always ready to learn.
Join me at the objective.
Man. Okay, I guess they're Torb didn't swap. Frick me! Oh, poop in the cheeks. Why did I do that? I wasn't... It was fine. I just had to play it better. Rats. The problem is this we got a pick and then just walked on the point and never dealt with Orisa and never dealt with the Torb. That's a classic. You get an advantage and everyone just relaxes. You don't do that. You don't do that, boys. Don't do that. Never relax. Always clear the high ground. Set up your angles. You see what my Ryan's doing? Not good.
Enemy turret destroyed.
Oh my gosh. Main character? Yikes. We should still win this. If we can clear the top. I think we're clearing the top.
Come take the objective.
We didn't clear the top. We didn't kill the Orisa, and we didn't clear the top. No way we lose this. Actually, very possible that we lose this. Okay, I thought he was going to strafe that way, but guess not. Okay. Is that Seb? Yeah, basically.
Ultimate is fully charged. Get in there. Or check get him.
I don't think they touch, but Tracer might come around the right side. Oh, that hurts.
Crusaders!
Yeah. Frick. We relaxed again. We keep relaxing. Oh!
Engaging thrusters. Cloning module ready. Prepare for duplication.
Enemy turret ahead.
Get in there. 60 seconds.
No, I didn't copy in time. Frick, my bad. That's a swell. We got exploded.
Going up. Advancing upward. 30 seconds.
My ultimate is ready.
10. Engaging thrusters.
Step rider.
Adaptive circuits
Dude, what was this game? How did we lose that? I thought we just won. What the frick? I just was like, oh yeah, we won. Dude, what was going on that game, bro? I take full responsibility for the first and second defense there. But that was Bizarro World. What happened, man? What did we even do? We get an opening pick. They Juno ult, but it doesn't matter. We're still fine. I get copy forced, but it's fine. I have the angle for it. Oh, Ana. Okay, I guess I really wasn't paying attention. What a weird game. Right, I love that I can't go back. I actually have to go back. Now I'm curious to see what happened in the fight before. This did not feel like a Masters 5 game. Am I the only one? I recognize the irony in me saying that. That did not feel like a Diamond 1 match. This felt like a Plat game. This felt really bad. Really goofy. I would love to go back and look at some of those fights just from like an overhead perspective to figure out what the frick was going on. I don't want to play Echo, guys. Like, I don't want to play Echo. Echo was like, I was completely tossing on our first and second defense, to be honest with you guys. What were the other options? Semme, Genji?
Select your hero.
We had our fill. Yeah, everyone's like, go Echo, Echo. Nobody's like saying anything. Everyone's like talking about random topics. Like, pick a hero that's gonna be fun, you know? Genji was second. Alright, I'll play Genji then. It's not gonna be necessarily any better, but at least it's funnier. More enjoyable. I didn't see your highlight react DVD. It doesn't show up in multi-chat. I'm sorry. Try it after. Remind me after this one. Yeah, it was such a strange one, bro. Like, we would get an advantage and everybody... Like, you guys literally saw it. They were staring up at the high ground. No attempt was made to clear or take a different angle or hide from the high ground or anything. It was weird. I don't like Echo. I find her gameplay loop really boring. I think she's like an inoffensive dive character for the most part, but like, it's just a lot of sticky focus, you know? And I don't find that super engaging. And I'm also not very good at Echo, which definitely doesn't help. At least with Genji, I'm not very good at him, but he's fun. Yeah, that was a interesting game. But my tank basically just sat in point the whole game. As did my supports. We got a nice little spectrum here. Diamond 3, Platinum 1. That's not that big of a spread, I guess. Yeah, I'm not like, just blaming teammates either. Like, I was horrendous first and second defense, but like, it felt a little fraudulent for me to play Echo in that lobby. And then I'm looking around, I'm like, okay, maybe this entire lobby is just fraudulent. Bro, I'm don't. The plat command doesn't even count. Let a man play silly fun. These are just rank reads. We're just playing for fun. It's literally just that or quick play. Your choice. Okay. Maybe hold the angle here. I don't think we have to force anything just yet. That's sleep dart. Oh dear. Oh, frick. Shoot. I said I didn't force anything, but I think it went a little too deep there.
Mistakes will always precede victory.
We have the lead.
This ball's really good versus our comp.
We cannot let them take the robot.
I'm on fire.
Oh no, that's bad. Stuck. My bad.
Let's move forward. Cut them down. Area denied. Have
True. Boss really freaking good versus our comp, man. We don't have any damage. We can play okay versus it, but we'd have to hit like every brute.
My ultimate is ready.
Man, I'm already having more fun than I was with Echo. Frick. Rats. She freaking stole so many from me. I forget. It doesn't matter.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
This ends now.
Okay. I mean, not really good space for me, and we're down one. Just waiting and waiting.
Uh-oh, they're pushing.
I should have dash canceled sooner. For some reason, I thought I didn't have dash. So I could dodge a shot or two, but that's super frustrating. We just aren't getting any support at all. Yeah. Well, we timed that one well. That was a free blade there. What are we doing? We're still alive. That's what I thought. Maybe there was a support alive or a damage. I couldn't remember which one. Oh dear. Why are we going Sigma? Our composition is getting worse. Dude, the last couple of games, it felt like quick play games, man, I swear. Is it me? Or does this not feel like King's Row again? Oh gosh. Don't die. Maybe it's just placement games. Oh gosh, we're on mouse. That's bad. Well, like even the blade, they kept shooting my deflect and shooting my deflect and shooting my deflect, and nothing was dying. But like they kept shooting it. They should have died. It's like they should have died. It was so strange. You know? Oh, I'm like, what are we doing? Again, my Reaper goes in, which felt like reasonable timing, but just gets no help. Oh gosh. I run out of space. Let's chill. Like, guys, no. Maybe it's the supports. I don't know. Now I'm... Lock in? Yeah. hero. Okay, well. We missed Flux. Ah! Cheers, Minom. Glad I could help. Oh my days. You guys are doing the March of the Gladiators? Hushik or whatever his name is? Kind of what I'm hearing in my head right now.
Let's put a stop to that.
Look at this. They're staring at me right now. GG's. At least we had more fun. At least it was funnier. Like, as much of a stomp as this was better than the other one. DVD, the highlight reel clip before we forget. Yeah, this is these games are questionable. Enter the Gladiators? Yeah. That's the one. Yeah, I don't know where it is. It's buried. I didn't see it. I haven't done a soldier game yet, no. You do want me to do with a deeper voice and the nice soothing accent? My voice has gotten higher since I've streamed more. What on earth is that? Wait, what? What is this? So you just get the rebound without even getting the fireball? Or I guess you did get the fireball? But it's like instant fireball? Well, that was impressive. That was impressive. Well done. Ugh. Cassie, good hero to OTP? He's not bad. He's one of the better heroes to OP. I think he's much more flexible than a lot of the other poke heroes. What is that timing? Get fricked, buddy. Your balls. Maybe it's just a map diff here. Something felt off about this game. I don't know how to put my finger on it. It can be useful, Butisto. As long as it's not too much of a distraction, it can be useful, yeah? I don't think it's necessary, no. More Genji? Sure. Do more Genji. Do more Genji.
Select your hero.
Gladly. There are some people that get like really obsessed about the spreadsheet kind of thing, so you have to be careful.
Select heroes to ban.
Select heroes to ban. Don't really care. Put the toy in the bag. Honest Zan. Who the frick plays Honest Zan? What a weirdo. Do I think it's fair that Vendetta can counterpin Ryan Doom Bob? No. Makes no sense that that character can counterpin. No sense. Domina ban, the big 2-6, yeah. What happened to anything is when you hit a wall with sufficient speed and the bounce back at choose fireball for split seconds. Oh, very well done. Very nicely done. Very nicely done. If you could remove 3 heroes from the game permanently. So, Widowmaker Roadhog, objectively. And then debating on Mercy. Not sure. But I don't know, like the game might just die if you remove Mercy, but nobody would miss Widow Roadhog. Not a significant percentage. Definitely Widow Roadhog. Telling Pepper? I don't give a frick.
5, 4, 3.
Alright. Let's die.
Attack
A lot.
Capture objective A. Enemy seen.
Para? Okay. Tricker. Don't like this position. You grab the Mega, I'll grab the Harmony. I got punch out of dash. Kind of a greedy combo regardless. A little bit of tanking from yours truly.
Duty calls.
Shimada Bros. Used to be infamous for how bad of a combo it was. But I am different. I'm holding some space here. I might get pushed though. Yeah. No, missed the combo. Oh, I dashed too slow. Hanzo was 125 damage. Worked. That's what it was. Oh, he got it! He got it! He's the GOAT! Yeah, I can mark this here.
Meteor strike.
But there's no way hit that. Frick.
The enemy outnumbers us. I am healed.
Hey, it's Kiriko.
I think my Winston's kind of getting chumbled up a little bit here, because this is a pretty easy comp to play Winston into. There's pretty easy staging here.
My ultimate is almost ready. My ultimate is ready. Using the
A little bit of lag. Oh, no. Do we use Nano, though? We can use Nano. We created a lot of space there. We got our one. Should be okay. I should have lived there, but that was a fine blade. That was a fine blade. It may not perfectly execute it, but the concept was fine and it worked. Yeah, there you go. Okay. I wasn't waiting for my Ana because I don't freaking trust her. I gave her a warning, she didn't use it, so I'm like, alright, I'm out of here. I'll gladly give Anas a chance, but if they don't back it up, it's over. You don't get a second chance. Because you lose. Oh, that's my bad. You lose too many fights for waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. First ult there, yeah. And I should have lived that too. I just didn't. I needed to use my dash, and I would have been fine.
I have taken the payload.
Frick. We still haven't used our nano, by the way.
They have superior numbers.
Kind of annoying that he caught me with that. Oh, frick. No. Nice dragon. Oh no! Oh, she almost got her. Good try. Ah, poop. I need to disengage that way sooner. You can't be disrespectful. We still haven't used our nano, by the way. On anybody. And we haven't used our Kitsune Rush either. Really bad for me. Yeah, he has power measure. It's over. Yeah, pretty much. That's sweet. Nice shot. Big opener. Now, will we use our nano boost here? Oh no, I missed. Use it. The Life Weaver freaking kills. The Life Weaver kills his own Ana by pulling her in. Oh no! I got it. I dashed into the freaking cactus. Frick. I can't hit my shots. I will hit my shot today. I tried to. I freaking caught the pedal. My honest shoot. Good try. We did use our nano. we did use it.
Switching sides.
Do you not use primary often? Don't read anything into my Genji decisions or mechanics. I don't play this character mechanically well at all. So there's a lot of things that I'm gonna do that are not good or wise. That's why we're playing casually and fun, and we're just having a good time. Don't worry about it. It's a good try. I need to kill that far away sooner. Kill that one far away sooner than maybe we can get it here. Why do most Roadhog mains and low elo type GG easy after the first match or after the match? The type of person that plays Roadhog is the type of person that type GG easy. Fun-loving, sweet, quirky people, you know?
You're hard to keep a scope on, Genji.
No, I don't, Jacob. Tetris does.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. It keeps me sharp.
Yeah, I love that Sirle, don't you?
You get into plenty.
Yes,
Reality-wise, like my Genji, it might be like low diamond right now. Like it's not good at all. And this is when I'm like actually maybe giving it a little bit more effort than I am right now. Not that I'm not trying. It's just like I'm tired. And we're just playing for fun. You know, I'm not purposely throwing, but I'm not. That's not 100% full quality hours. You know what I'm saying? I'm wondering how I should play the single. Yeah, I think I can hold the single here versus the Widow. Why don't my DPS do that? Like, my bad.
Push him off the point.
Whoops. My bad. I didn't even think that that would be a potential because I didn't think she'd have rail that fast, but I forget that I'm running Roadhog, and are you kidding me? Winnable, actually. My Roadhog was the Doomfist instead of the Ana in front of him. GG's. Do we kill the Ana? We don't. We lose a 1v1.
Cut them down.
Objective lost.
Unfortunately. My cast almost had it there.
We must stop the payload's progress.
Might need to back off a little further here, actually. Ooh, really. Now we can start to move forward. Maybe not. Yeah, I trolled, guys. Maybe I didn't troll. She missed a shot, so I didn't troll. Hindsight. Oh gosh. Dude, wall climb. That's not good. I don't want to be taking that down every HP I have.
Must stop the payload's progress.
Dude! My bad. No comments. No excuses. Wait, Ana? Ana dies? Oh, unlucky.
They're pushing the payload. Cut them off.
We killed the Doom. Okay, cool. I'll take the high ground. I didn't deflect in time. Unlucky. My brain said I was deflecting, but I was not in fact deflecting. Roadhog is dead again. GG's. Oh, booty.
They have superior numbers.
Hey, Sushi. Is he winning? Yes, he is. Nothing but winning, actually. What's the point of live coaching a silver player if he's not going to give any advice? What? What is that question? May now? Maybe. We'll see. Oh, joke. Ah! I get it. Okay, it took me a second. Handle dual slop. Deep gold DPS. Fricker. We got buddy. Got a freaking comedian. Frick me. See, I can't even have fun anymore. I can't even have fun. It's like this with my family as well. We'll play I'll play a board game with my family. And I'm never allowed to lose a board game. I'm never allowed to lose a board. I'm never allowed to just like goof off or relax. You know? I'm never allowed to do anything just with my brain off. Everyone's like, why aren't you winning? Isn't this your job? Shut the frick up, dude. I'm not allowed to have fun anymore. My entire life is you should be winning at everything you do. I cry every day. Freaking off, man. I can't just have fun with anything. Fine, I'll play off stream. You guys want me to end stream? I'll end stream right now. I'll end stream. You know what? I'll end stream. I'll go Roadhog. I'll play Roadhog for 24 hours straight to Bronze 5. I'm gonna ruin hundreds of lobbies. It's gonna be your fault. Your fault. Can you stream the crying? Yeah, well, maybe. Maybe that would be better. I see a Mustang behind you. What is the other amp? Just an old Fender one. Or that's the Mustang one. Sorry. Oh no, that's a Fender Champion, then a Fender Mustang here. I think the Mustang one is broken. Muted? Shut the frick up. Stop crying, start winning. Shut the frick up. YouTube chat and Twitch chat, they share the same brain cell, you know?
Vote for a map.
I hate you guys. No, I have no friends in low places. Braxing for the bits. Play May, make the enemy cry? No, I'll make myself cry. I mean, I don't know. We can do whatever. What do I play? Yes, exactly, Drill of Red. Yeah. Can I do a soldier game? Yeah, sure. Why the frick not? Somebody says asks politely.
Choose heroes to battle.
I'll do it. I'll do it because you and me. Got called an Australian painter in chat? I don't even know what that means. Austrian paint. Oh. Australian painter, what? Oh, Austrian. Yeah, I remember. Dun, 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 dun. I've always picked the ugliest skin I can possibly choose, just so that the, I mean, look at his arms. He just looks oddly muscular yet hollow. I don't know how to describe it. It's uncanny. It's uncomfortable. It's my most played hero. Probably Zen. Probably Zen. I don't know. Vegan. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I mean. Yeah, he's a vegan. He's a vegan marathon runner.
Safety's off. It's a cruel world out there.
I don't know. We're gonna cook.
Oh, we're in the thick of it now.
We're gonna cook. Hopefully my team doesn't throw
5, 4, 3,
like last time. My team carries me.
round 1. Capture.
I think I'm supposed to be playing Hanzo before I start talking like that.
Hi there. Let's group up.
Oh, you want this? Oh, she wants this. She wanted it. Yeah, she had it. She got it. She got it. W jump.
The objective is now active.
I've seen tougher spots.
I have seen tougher spots indeed, yep.
Push them out.
Well, the fact that we haven't died yet is a W. Somebody's up here. What's my Hanzo from last game? Oh, I got... Okay.
Group up with me.
Taking the objective.
We got this, boys.
I'm still fighting.
I got my 1, as in I distracted my 2, which then somebody else did the work for me.
Heroes coming up.
Get fricked. Now we know who the best DPS was in the last game. Yeah. Didn't carry the game. Now I throw your game. That's not what I meant. Nope. Nope. No, 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 no. Know what you're gonna do. I'm struggling with the distance management thing, frankly. The angle feels like they're just so close to pressing me.
They're taking the objective.
We need to make some. I'm calculating some adjustments real quick. Hang on, let me calibrate.
Light Weaver here. A pleasure.
Okay, yeah.
Fields online.
No, 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 no. We're close to our visor, guys.
Over there.
Right? Right?
Let the kitsune guide you. Kitsune no kagizume o tokihanate.
Ponto's there. Can't aim. I can't aim. Nice disengage, Winston. Oh, there's just everybody's here. Okay. Try going deeper? Yeah, maybe.
My ultimate is ready.
Yeah, maybe. Are you kidding me?
I've got you in my sights.
Okay, that's a lot of space. Could win that. Frick off. Well, poopy in the cheeks.
First round lost. Score 0.
Wow, we did good there. We did better. We did much better. Yeah, warm up round. It was good. It was better there towards the end. Yeah, it was good at the end. We figured it out. We got saucy with it. We played real patient. We had some okay shots. We just didn't shoot anything. By we, I mean everybody else but me. I play perfectly.
Shed the weight of your doubts, and your mind will become clear.
I think we go left side. I think right side's too compressed. Not enough rotational sauce. I need to hit the big score, yeah. Reaper, sure. Whatever. I don't care. Pawn run, sure, why not? Then, sure, why not? Anything.
Biotics deployed.
The objective is now active.
Well, we had all the space, so we should win the fight, because they didn't take an angle at all.
They'll regret that.
Over there!
Well, maybe. Hazard might be dead here. Oh, that's bad.
Over here!
What are we doing? Nice shot. Am I crazy or something way closer than it should be?
Locked and loaded.
My bad. I was thinking about the perk. I got distracted. Got way too close. Which division of GM and what role? Would you like my badge number as well? Thank you. I appreciate the tracking compliment. We're gonna go back and we're gonna kill it this time. Popping off here. Thank you. Nice. Eyes on the Okay, don't worry. Oh, my bad. Should've hit sooner. Oh, it's fine. I don't have a badge number for what it's worth.
Still got some fight in me.
You know what? No. I don't know if I can punch through that even with ult. Maybe I do.
don't understand your generation.
I don't understand. I think we can hold this angle here as long as we don't die to Hanzo, which I will not do because I'm too good at this game. I'm too freaking good at this freaking game.
Time for the reckoning!
Sidelines are horrible here. It's okay. Well, if my sightlines are terrible, then nobody's on this angle, so it's a W. I was mid-GM in Overwatch 1, and I stopped playing as soon as it hit mid-GM, because they went full-time coaching. And I have been anywhere from Masters 5 to Masters 1 on most heroes in the game. I've been Masters 5 to Masters 1, mostly Masters 5 or Masters 4. On Diva, Hazard, Winston, Malga, Orisa, Roadhog, Zarya, Domina, Junker Queen. Ironically not Ram, but I never tried with Ram. Ryan, Sig, Bastion, Junkrat, Mei, Soldier, Symmetra, not Twerb, coincidentally. I'll go, but basically 80% of heroes.
1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Pre-roll queue, yeah. Or yeah, no post. I don't remember. That's a good question. I actually don't remember.
We must focus our attack upon the objective.
Like they're just not taking this high ground at all. Am I crazy? I guess I just keep going. You get used to that projectile speed. I just didn't do enough, to be honest with you guys. I didn't do enough. I didn't do enough there. I screwed that one up. My bad. Try that angle again.
They can't get away with
Did I hear Hog? Yes, you did. No, so bad. What am I doing? Okay, we got a little bit of value there at the end. Okay. I might be able to just run away from this guy. Nice.
I greet you. My ultimate is charging.
My ultimate is ready. Join me.
Oh dear. Too deep with where my team is. W's, Helix, Perk. Ah, toot. Ah! I think I needed to deepen my flank there. I like went for a zoning visor, but we already had them zoning with Kitsune Rush. That was poor layering from my end. Should have angled that one deeper. I just had to gamble my supports to help me there. That's my bad. That's my bad. My bad. It wasn't really my support's fault there. That's way too much asking of a damage support player. It's more on me. Just needed to react there faster, and because I reacted too slow, so it's like, all right, now I just have to stay. If I run now, I'm dead. Nice. Need to deepen my angle there, maybe. Can I get my next Helix in the mark that angle? Wait. That one was more my supports. But even then, I still could have disengaged that one if I played it better. My Zarya needs to not die.
They'll regret that.
And maybe we can get back in time here. I will be back faster than the Reapers, slightly. My Venture gets the burrow off. Love to see it.
I've got you in my sights.
I trust my team here. Nice. I had to trust my team there and go for the Ana, otherwise we don't win. I had to trust my team. And they did a great job.
Over there.
Dude, you can't gaslight me into thinking this Helix perk is bad. It's not amazing, but it's it's sloppy. But we have Mizuki ult as well. Nice. Shot challenge. Wait, we can kill this Orisa. Nice. We trusted our angle and it worked. Nice. Soldier feels so awkward in some of these points, though. You have to be so much better than me mechanically. Nice. A little better once I was able to create some space. Let's do 1 or 2 quick plays, or we can do 1 or 2 tank games, and then I'm probably gonna call it. I'm kind of tired, to be honest with you guys. The off angles in this map feel awkward. A lot better than pre-rework, but yeah. Do you recommend return right now if you get my playing console sometime? Yeah, just have fun with it, Piranha. Yeah, just have fun with it. Just come back and enjoy it, and if you have fun, stick with it, and if you don't, leave. To be honest with you, I think it's that simple. It doesn't really matter. I didn't see the comment on skin, Victor. No. Some Winston Diva gameplay would be fun. Okay. Where are we at? We could do we'll do 1 or 2 tank rank games just because it's more fun when there's stakes. Is choosing this skin a type making me want to yeah. It's all in their head. It's like you look at this jackass and you're like, oh my gosh, he looks like such a tool. I need to shoot him. Yeah, I really like the Helix perk compared to the other one. The other one is situationally like really good. It allows for like for example those situations from just dumping damage into fortified Orisa, because it's definitely like really good there for sure. And it wouldn't have been bad in that situation either. It would have definitely helped out a lot of my pressure on the squishies. Select but your hero. Yeah, let's play some Winston. Why not? I think Li Jing is overrated, to be honest. Li Jing has one actively terrible point. And one that is super, and both of the other ones are kind of have their own downsides too. You know what I'm saying? How do you get that red-looking nameplate? I don't know. Maybe it's drives. I'm not sure. No, Garden's the bad one. Garden's the bad one. I was missing a lot of shots in that Orisa. I don't think I hit any headshots in her at all, really. Hey. I'm the lowest ranked player on my team, potentially. Yeah, just retaking it is really gross. Winston's gonna be difficult in control, so we're gonna have to be a little silly with it.
A better world is possible today.
Doesn't matter, we're still gonna win it.
Report leader, something seems off.
Winston, you know what I'm going to say to that.
Of course. I know I can always count on May.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Watch each other's backs out there.
Touching down.
Oh. That was an unfortunate move. Okay. Well.
Enemies left here. The objective is now active.
Focus our detective.
This is something. That's better.
Fine.
Eyes on the target.
Okay, not bad. A little awkward at the start there. And these guys are kind of cringe with how much they're focusing me, but we can adjust. Like, I don't know what the, like, their ball especially is the one that's surprising me. But, sure. We can actually stuff this choke versus their comp a little bit. Like, I don't know what, I've never seen a ball focus me so much in my life. I'll burn bubble for this. Because I'll have it back when they try to walk. Okay, just feel the ball. Aw, that's unfortunate. Ah, my boy. Thank you, my bad. Sorry, guys. Okay, we can deal with that ball now. Honestly, I'll take the heal bubble, assuming they don't counter swap me, which, you know, famous last words. Organics.exe. That was stupid. Yeah, like they're throwing so much. They had mines and what was else? Valve? And the ball just chases me. Like, we're playing on them, like, I don't understand. It's so stupid. And all it took was me to, like, actually adjust to that and, like, oh, wow, they're giving me a lot of resources. And look at my backline. My backline's cruising. It's just dumb. It's dumb.
He's in sight. I'll have us in and out in no time.
Yeah, I know. If they go Malga, I mean, honestly, this is gonna be it. I probably should have chosen Chain Lightning. But yeah, we will see.
5,
We will see. We will see.
3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture objective.
Or Bastion, yeah. I'm gonna play really safe, I think, at the start. I'm gonna wide swing and scout a little bit here.
I see an enemy.
Winston here, okay. Pleasant surprise. I'm killing. I'm absolutely beating my brains out. That's my bad. That's completely my bad. That's not my backline's bad. Yeah, my bad. Their Kiriko Mercy got across really fast, but we're running Ana and Imre and Mei, and we need way more time. That's my bad. Yeah.
Than I was before.
My Chungus Winston, man.
Zenyatta is here. Group up with me.
I got you.
Come on, let's regroup. Can't heal you from this.
I'm okay, it's okay, it's okay. Look at this guy.
I'm claiming this objective.
I think we can go into that bubble. We need to now. Drop it. Maybe? Zoning value is good, at least. Mei is actually cracked here. This is huge. That's a good saw. That's a good saw. I really don't like the Mizuki swap at all. He's okay in the point, but we're just spectating at this point. We don't have good punish. Wait. I can guard body here. Sure, don't worry about it. Wait, come here. Heal bubble. Oh, I built a freaking out of field bubble. What a Chad. What are we doing? Like, I'm actively losing targets because I'm expecting them to not be sitting on my head. We might need to give point here. Yeah, we give point here. I don't know about that. We've got both of the supports in spawn. That's fine. We had no business winning the other fight. I'm willing to sacrifice one ultimate for 50% cap. And maybe my Emra can get out? Maybe not? Maybe? No? Maybe not? Wait. Oh, huge, yeah. I knew something fell off there. I was like... Ah. My bad. Force her out. Oh, no. No. Okay, we got flip at least. Play in the heal bubble, play in the heal bubble, play in the heal bubble. So commit primal here? Yeah, sure, why not? Okay, maybe not. Oh no, I'm bad. gosh, that was deep. That was really deep. I'm gambling on my... My team is not walking forward. What are we doing? Man.
I'm completely warmed up.
Unlucky. We should have had that one, man. We should have had that one. We won the fights that we shouldn't have won and didn't win the fights that we should have. Kind of a comp diff there too. This is like really, really hard to retake, and we actively made our composition worse. But we wasted Primal, and the good news is that this is probably our best point for the comp we're running. The Mizuki's a fine backline, just not on this map or on this comp. We have no range heal whatsoever, and there's no way of gap closing or poking on this map either.
I feel a little bad. We're about to ruin their day.
Like, he was basically spectating that whole time and also not doing damage.
5, 4, 3, 2.
But this is good. This is fine. This is we will be fine with Mizuki or Kiriko here. This is not comp shouldn't be a problem this map. This point is fine. Not really sure about how to stage here. Oh my days. What is going on, man? Getting pre-fighted over and over again. Okay, go Moira, I guess. Now we can't make up our mind. No, we get the slide. Okay, we got the Susu though. There you go, Moira. Okay. Nice. Moira brick. Well. Okay, he's breaking the line, so we should stuff it now. He should die for that. Or somebody should die for that. He should definitely die for that. Die for that? Die? 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 Doesn't die. Doesn't die. Oh, I forgot, we're running Moira Brig. Just reset. Yeah. See, here's the problem. If we're gonna run Moira Brig, it's fine. But we can't die. Our backline can't also die if we're gonna run super survivability. What is my Moira doing? Group up. Get over here.
No.
Get over here, silly. Alright, I'll jump over and contest at angle once our DPS figure. Oh, that's a bubble advantage. He just gave that away too. Oh no, I'm so bad. I keep hitting. I need to keep going, otherwise we're gonna get traded. I'm just doing this in the zone.
No one can stop me.
Okay, chill. Oh, big wall, big wall, big wall, big wall. Oh my gosh. Nice. Bubble. Still bubble. Still bubble. Nice. Southern dies. Nice. You're going post, I think. No. Oh, where she went? Bad bubble. Nice, GG's. Good job, well played. Yeah, we survived really well. That was it. So this is a goofy game.
Play of the game.
You know, I wonder when he went in my backline, I wonder if it would have been better if I just bubbled later, you know what I'm saying? We'll stop there. Like, maybe I could have, like, let them come in a little bit deeper. I didn't need to shove them, because I was like, oh, he's breaking the line, so I can bubble them off, but also, like...
Ready for battle.
Yeah. I might have Chris'd a little there. Like, I was like, oh, don't Chris here. But I was like, oh, but he's engaging my backline, so surely I can Chris here. But I don't think I needed to. I really don't think I did. Like, he was so deep. Where was it? I think it was this fight here. Yeah. So you can tell, I look back, and I see bubble used. So my Moira goes back, as one will. But we're just, like, not really doing anything. Like, what is that Moira doing? Do you see how bad it is to have support sit on top of each other? Like, we're literally losing angle duels here. But yeah, this is what was happening. Like, part of it's the hero, but yeah. Like...
There they are.
What happened here as well, actually? I'm curious. Oh, well, then. We'll move on. Do you have mid-season predictions? No, not really. We'll talk maybe a little about, like, our wish list on the day of, but not really. All 10 players are bad. Would I rather Mercy on a backline or EDR? Mercy on a. Like Mercy on a. Because Mercy actually does things. I don't like playing with or against Mercy, like conceptually. I just hate the damage boost playstyle. But objectively, Mercy actually would have helped my Genji or Torb there, most likely. And Ana would have healed me from range. Far I've nerfed hard, that's my prediction. Yeah, we'll talk about things that, like, I call it a wish list because prediction kind of comes across as like, I know I'm like, I come across egotistical as it is with patch notes. Like, I could be like, why didn't they do this, you know? So I try to measure that with, like, I try to remember to call it a wish list and not like a prediction, because it makes it sound like prediction means that, like, this is what has to happen, whether what I'd like to see happen, if that makes sense, but I don't know. But we'll see it on Tuesday, I guess. We'll be there. Dominant 2 shield charges, you're manifesting it? I hope so. I hope so. It's not so much about, like, oh, I was right. It's just like, I want to play some of these heroes, like on-run quality of life and dominant double shield. It's like, I want to play those heroes, and I just don't enjoy them in their current state at all. Like, I don't know where you guys are at right now, but I'm at a kind of point in time now where, like, now that the novelty of the 4 heroes, or the 5 heroes is worn off, none of them stick with me. Like, not a single one sticks with me. Vendetta doesn't stick with me, Frey doesn't stick with me, and the other 5 don't stick with me either. But I think that's mostly just me. Also, Sierra. I think a lot of that's just me, because I know on-run's clicking with a lot of people. I know Jetpack, people are still playing Jetpack Cat, people are still playing Mizuki, but for me personally, kind of unrelated to, like, game design critiques, I'm just sad that, like, there hasn't been a hero since, like, Hazard that I've actually kind of enjoyed playing that much. But yeah, Emre's satisfying, the fact that he's overtuned, yeah. Wu Ying's okay. Wu Ying is not my cup of tea, but I appreciate him. But Wu Ying was never my cup of tea. But it's not like I would have loved more jump tech with Wu Ying. That makes me sad. Like the stuff that I asked for. But besides that, I don't think there's really anything wrong with his design. I mean, I would have liked more 250. Okay, yeah, maybe there's a couple things I would have liked. But I think, like, even if they did my whole wish list, I still wouldn't think myself to be a Wu Yang main. But it's not a criticism, really. Yeah, Cat's Tether, Timer, like, these are things that we've... I mean, they better be. They should have done it 5 months ago, but, you know, 5 months later is still fine. Sombra, Cortana, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna call it there. Little more of a weird stream, but I had fun. Hope you guys had fun too. Thanks for being here, guys. I appreciate it. Appreciate you guys being here. Loves and kisses. Saturday, the plan is the plan is to do Domina sponsor coaching. That's the plan, but we will see. We will see. I'll see you guys later, y'all. Thanks for being here.